Alright, welcome everyone to this briefing meeting, this lecture for Expedition Bridges 3, Future Stranded, a Death Stranding lore recap / theory, a Kojima Productions lecture. So our learning objectives for today is going to be what the story of Death Stranding is, sorta. Because I think the overall plot of Death Stranding is actually fairly simple, but it's hidden behind a lot of Kojima bullshit that makes it kind of unnecessarily confusing. I hope I can explain it in a half-decent way. I'm not going to go into a lot of the extended lore for this. There's a lot of extra stuff hidden in log files and codecs and stuff. But this is going to focus primarily just on the cutscenes and what you get just kind of going through the game at about a beeline basically. We're also going to learn what a strand type game is. Why you should always bring a rope to a gunfight. Also going to learn about the secret recipe for monster eating. What really happened to the dinosaurs. And did Kojima kind of just make Metal Gear again? We're going to learn a little bit about that, yes.
Are there any other Strand-type games besides this one?
You could probably make the interpretation, I guess, that some games are a Strand-type game. I guess depends on how broad you want to make the definition.
Okay.
I suppose there will be another one because Death Stranding 2 is going to be a thing at some point. So, yes, Mike.
Would you consider QWOP to be a Strand type game?
Well, I don't think it's a stick type game, so I suppose by process of elimination, it must be a Strand type game. Yes.
What is a stick type game?
The opposite of a Strand. So yeah, continuing on. What is Death Stranding? It's a video game released on November 8th, 2019. It's the first game by Kojima Productions after going independent from Konami. They were kind of a subsidiary studio from Konami until about 2015. And there'll be another slide about that later. But they went independent, and this is their first venture after that. I would consider the genre of this game to be cargo delivery. By that I mean it's action / walking simulator. Although I don't think it has much in common with other games that you would consider to be walking simulator. It's a lot more involved than that. And this is the second collaboration between Kojima, Norman Reedus, and Guillermo del Toro. The first being PT or Silent Hills, which got canceled after Kojima Productions left Konami. And then I also have this meme in the corner I liked. When Sony gives you a blank check and you use it to make your famous actor friend do weird shit. That kind of just sums up this game. Pretty sure that's mostly what Kojima wanted to do. So yeah, here's the guy himself, Hideo Kojima, the main guy. He's basically just the lead creative force and director for the entire game. Kind of the lead creative of Kojima Productions, of his studio. He's most known for, of course, the Metal Gear series, PT, Zone of the Enders, which was one of his earlier games before Metal Gear. Also known for being falsely accused of murdering Shinzo Abe. I believe it was a Greek newspaper or something who thought he kind of looked like the guy who murdered Shinzo Abe, yes.
How confident are we that he didn't do it?
Fairly. I think they caught the guy, right? The actual guy?
Yeah. If that's the actual guy.
The possibility's out there. But yeah, he's an industry veteran. He's worked in games since 1987. I'm pretty sure the entirety of that time was just at Konami until, of course, he left. So he was a very big powerhouse in that company. I believe actually near the end he was their overall like CEO of their like creative department or whatever. And yeah, he was employed by Konami until 2015 when he left. Oh yes, question.
Is his new studio considered an indie studio, or is it too big for that?
It might be too big for that. I know it also has like funding from like Sony, and yeah, I think it's just Sony. So they might be considered like a subsidiary of that, but I'm not sure their exact classification. But they're pretty independent. Like I think they can work with pretty much whoever they want to, which was a lot different from their situation at Konami. So yeah, moving on to another big creative guy on the team. This is Yoji Shinkawa. Some of you might recognize his art style. A lot of his art is pretty iconic. He's basically like the main like artist for the Metal Gear franchise. I think he draws like all of the like logo art, all of the like mechanical designs, and like all the Metal Gear designs. He's kind of the main guy behind that. Pretty much like every game Kojima's ever worked on, this guy's been involved in some way. So they're kind of like an inseparable duo at this point. I wrote down some other games he worked on too. I don't know the extent of his involvement in these, but I think he helped out like Cyberpunk 2077 and Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. I think he does like consultation work on like outside games. But yeah, you can see here on this slide like some of his Metal Gear artwork at the top, and then some of his concept designs for Death Stranding in the middle. So yeah, this is Kojima Productions. Like I said before, they were originally a part of Konami as like a subsidiary studio. And when they decided to leave Konami, most of the employees, I would say, were pretty loyal to Kojima, not Konami, so they also just left. Pretty much over half of the development team, actually, for Death Stranding was former Konami employees who left. And I just listed like a few here, like lead level designer, producer, concept artist, just like a lot of big names. And like most of these names I listed have worked on like multiple Metal Gear games, so you'll be able to like feel that influence a bit in this game as well, because there's a lot of the same people worked on it. Moving on to the music side of this game, this is actually a pretty big part of like the aesthetic of Death Stranding. Is the music. It uses a lot of like pre-existing like recorded music instead of like original soundtrack. And the major player in that is this band Low Roar. It's basically like a hole-in-the-wall like indie rock group in Iceland. Pretty much unknown until Kojima found them. They literally were like recording their songs in like the lead singer's kitchen on like a very rundown laptop. Like only selling a few records and stuff. I think the story was like Kojima just happened to find them in a record shop when he was like international traveling. But 18 of their songs were included in this game's soundtrack. It's majority of like the vocal themes you'll hear in this game are by them. And being in this game actually got them like a decent amount of like international fame. To the point where they were contracted to write a song for Arknights a few years after Death Stranding. But unfortunately, they're now inactive because the lead singer in this photo passed away in 2022. But silver lining was they kind of made it before that because of this game. Other musical artists that are featured in this, these pretty much only have like a few songs or maybe only one. Churches, Silent Poets, Bring Me the Horizon, and then some others in the corner. Yes.
Which Bring Me the Horizon songs in Death Stranding?
They actually wrote an original song.
Oh!
About Death Stranding, yeah. There was like a Death Stranding soundtrack, quote-unquote, album that had a lot of songs written by these people, but none of them were actually in the game. it was songs about Death Stranding that they put in an album but never made it into the game. Yes.
How about Death Stranding are these songs? Are they like singing like Norman Reedus? He's got the fetus.
I haven't listened to a lot of the songs, I'll be honest, but I think they do like tie into the lore of the games. Like especially, I mean, just the like titles of the songs, like use like terminology from the games, and like names of like groups and stuff like that. Yes.
You think Kojima was inspired to do the baby thing because Norman Reedus' name does rhyme with fetus? Or is that just a funny coincidence?
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, Kojima really does enjoy like dumb names, which we will see. So I wouldn't be surprised.
Do they have a song about the rain that makes you old?
I think they do. I think there is actually a song called Timefall, which is but yeah. And then this guy in the corner with the cheeky grin. He's like I think he's Swedish maybe. I don't know. But he's like a composer, and he did the original songs for this, like the instrumental songs, which you do hear, especially in like emotional cutscenes and stuff. They usually don't do the vocal theme. They usually use like original instrumental music, and it's all really good, and this guy did that. And then kind of the final piece of this puzzle, Guerrilla Games, known for the hit Genshin Impact character Alloy. Basically, after Kojima Productions left Konami in 2015, they basically had nothing to actually make games with. Didn't have an office, didn't have computers, like didn't have any of the tools necessary to actually build a game. So Kojima kind of went on a world tour of like visiting all these different studios, trying to find someone who would like loan him resources so that he could actually make a game. With the help of like Sony and some of his industry connections. And the studio that he actually like got on with pretty well and liked their engine and liked their workflow was Guerrilla Games. So they licensed their Decima game engine for use in Death Stranding, which is the engine they used for like Horizon series and stuff like that. They also provided like staff and technical support. So when I showed that to that slide, that was like half of Kojima Productions was like old Konami employees. Like the other half was mostly Guerrilla Games employees. Yes.
I seem to remember at like the last like Game Awards or something, Kojima came on stage with Phil Spencer, and Phil Spencer said something like, Kojima works for us now, or something like that. Like, what's the deal? What's the Microsoft connection with Kojima Games now?
I'm not actually sure. They might just be providing more funding. I think they still are with Sony, at least in some aspects.
Okay.
But yeah, they might just be providing additional funding. Kojima is kind of like the baby of the games industry right now.
Yeah.
So kind of just everyone pitches.
I remember at the time it was very ambiguous what it meant too. So
yeah.
I don't...
Yes.
Is he the baby of the games industry because of baby connection?
I guess you could say so. Yeah. So yeah, this is talking about the split between those two. So this happened only a few months after Metal Gear Solid 5, the Phantom Pain released, which that game was like a massive success. So this came as like a really big shock to people. They were like, oh, you know, Kojima just made this like super great game for you guys. Why are you kicking him out? And like no one could understand it. And then like we'll never really know like all the reasons why, because it's like NDA and like a lot of it's pretty secretive. But we have hints as to what was going on. Ever since like 2011, 2012-ish kind of era, Konami really shifted to the mobile game and free-to-play market because they had seen the success of their peers and tried it out a couple of times, and they saw how profitable that could be with relatively little effort compared to making AAA console games. So they were like, you know, why should we spend, you know, $80 million making a Metal Gear game when we can spend like a tenth of that and get all that gotcha money. So they really started pushing that. They had a massive corporate restructuring. So, when I said earlier that Kojima was like this like CEO basically of their creative department, they restructured like their board and like their other management, and Kojima was not a part of that at all. So he got basically demoted just to being like the leader of Kojima Productions, but not anything beyond that in the wider company. And so that allowed them to like basically bully him. Just like really make his life hell. They did things like limiting access to the company, like intranet, email, things like that for all of the senior staff with Kojima Productions. Yes.
What do you mean the senior staff had limited email? How could they get anything done without email?
Great question. They probably didn't get as much done as they could have. Yes.
Was this purely punitive, or like were they saving money by buying less Outlook accounts? Like,
we don't know for sure their reasoning. I think probably it ties back into this shift to like mobile stuff. Is that they wanted to, I guess, basically put pressure on their console division so that they wouldn't want to do console games anymore. And basically they would like submit to their will to do like mobile games and stuff like that, yes.
So do you think that if they had their way, there would be a Hideo Kojima like Metal Gear mobile like gacha game?
I mean, I think they've already tried a little bit of that. I don't think they've made like a full-blown gacha. But for a while, like the only new content that was coming out was like pachinko slot machines. That was actually using their like Metal Gear Solid 5 like engine with like all the graphics and stuff, but it was just a slot machine, like gambling or whatever. And like there was like Metal Gear Survive, which was like a complete failure. And I don't remember exactly the gameplay of that, but I know it did have like microtransactions and things like that. So they definitely like tried to ease their toes into it. I don't know why they haven't gone like full scorched earth and like put out like 3 gacha games for it. It seems like something they would do. But yeah. So yeah, they basically just like continued to make like working at Kojima Productions hell for several years. Downgraded them to contractor status. So instead of them being like actual real employees of Konami, they had to renew their contract on like a yearly basis, which is why they were able to leave, because their contract was coming up and the entire production studio was like, well, this sucks, we're just not going to renew our contract. They restricted travel to award shows, so this was actually kind of a famous moment. During one of the Game Awards, Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain, was nominated for like 5 different awards and won 2 of them. But the voice actor for Big Boss or Snake had to accept it on Kojima's behalf. And Jeff Keighley, even though Konami sponsored the event, Jeff Keighley came out and said, unfortunately, Konami's policies forbid Hideo Kojima from making any kind of travel to go to any award shows, so he is not here tonight. And basically like put them on blast on like national like live streaming or whatever. And that kind of like started people's like awareness of what was going on, because before that point we didn't really know like what was going on with Kojima. We just kind of knew things were bad, but we didn't know that they were basically like jailing him in Japan or whatever. But it was even actually worse than that, because after like everything kind of settled, Jeff Keighley also came out with a statement that said during the final, I think, 6 months of production of Metal Gear Solid 5, they literally locked Kojima in a separate room away from the rest of his employees, and they would not allow him to talk directly to his employees. He had to talk to a Konami representative, who would then talk to his employees. Yes.
So you're telling me that they had some guy like go like knock on the door, be like unlock it, be like, Kojima, what do you want to say to this guy over here? And talk to him, then like walk down the hallway and then tell what do you say?
That's what it seems like from Jeff Keighley's statement. Like literally, Kojima was like sequestered away. I'm pretty sure they said on a completely different floor of the building. Yes.
How's that not false imprisonment? How's that not like illegal?
Japan. I don't know. Yes.
Why were they acting as if he was like about to stage some sort of violent revolution, and it would be dangerous if he was allowed to make a public statement because people would be radicalized?
I'm not sure. That's part of the story we don't know. Maybe Kojima was antagonizing them back in some way. Though it seems unlikely because, for what we know about Kojima, he kind of is just a guy who likes making games. So, like, that's really all he wants to do. So I can't imagine him, like, engaging in that kind of stuff. But we just don't know. Yes.
Did they unlock his room at the end of the workday, or was he just permanently there?
I would imagine he was allowed to go home, but who knows?
They gave him a bucket.
Maybe during the crunch time, when the game was about to come out, maybe he wasn't allowed to leave. Maybe he had to sleep at the office. Another thing they did was completely erase Kojima's name and credit from like websites and box art and posters. So if you actually look at like box art for Metal Gear Solid 5, it doesn't have Kojima's name anywhere on it. Yes.
That one especially seems illegal, right?
I think maybe they might have technically skirted around it by still having his name in like the in-game credits or something like that, but like probably really small. But like yeah, on all, because like it's kind of Kojima's thing where like every like piece of promo art for anything is like a Hideo Kojima game, and like he puts his name on like everything. It's just kind of like his brand at this point. And they just like completely like got rid of all that leading up to this. They kind of just wanted to act like he never existed. And this was all, we think, motivated by profits versus creativity. Like, they just kind of figured out that they could make more money if they stopped being so creative and got rid of Kojima and just did mobile games. So, pretty unfortunate, but it all ended up working out for Kojima Productions because now they're their own thing and they can pretty much get funding from whoever they ask. It seems like, just like everyone loves them and everyone hates Konami now. So, they really got the W here, I think, in the end. Yes.
So, who's working on the new Metal Gear 3 remake and the new stuff that they're doing for Metal Gear? Is it Konami or is it Kojima Productions?
Kojima is not involved in it.
Okay.
I think Konami, I'm not sure if Konami is the developers or just the publishers. It might be like a subsidiary or a third-party studio doing it.
Okay.
But yeah, Kojima is not involved in it at all. I think he did give like a tweet the other day that like gave his blessing on it, but I can't imagine he's super thrilled about it.
Yeah.
Probably just like a PR thing, but yeah.
Do you think we'll ever see Big Boss in Genshin Impact, like his friend Alloy?
I hope so. Okay, so yeah, now I guess we'll start the story recap. The game opens up with this quote. It says, "The rope, along with the stick, are two of mankind's oldest tools. The stick to keep the bad away, the rope used to bring the good toward us. They were our first friends of our own invention. Wherever there were people, there were the rope and the stick." And I think this is from some Japanese book. I don't know this author. Yes.
That's a real quote? Kojima didn't make that up?
No.
Oh.
But yeah, I think this is pretty much the basis of this entire game, is this quote right here. So, very important to keep in mind. The game opens up with this man talking. He says, "Once there was an explosion, a bang which gave birth to time and space. Once there was an explosion, a bang which set a planet spinning in that space. Once there was an explosion, a bang which gave rise to life as we know it." Yes.
So the first one is the Big Bang of the universe, but are the second and third implying that planets and life also came from smaller explosions?
I think the second one might be a literal explosion, like planets colliding together or something like that. I think the third one is like metaphorical explosion, like I don't remember what it's called, but that period of life, like at the early beginning, where like multicellular life really took off. Yeah. Continues. Then came the next explosion. Death Stranding. Game opens up just with these panning shots of the environment. We see this man ride by on his motorcycle. Seems like he's delivering some cargo, maybe. And this is the man on the bike. We get our first look at him, although his face is still pretty covered. He looks back behind him. There's this upside down rainbow that I think might be hard to see, but it's also missing the color blue. So it's every color of the rainbow besides blue, and it's upside down. And these birds are kind of running away from these like clouds that are forming. You see in the middle, that's actually like a bird falling down out of the sky. So kind of whatever's coming, you know it's bad news. These birds are really trying to get away from it fast. A raindrop falls on the man's head, and where it touched instantly turns like gray and old. So he also decides to get the hell out of there, follow the birds, gets back on his bike. And coming after him are these tar handprints on the ground. He continues on his bike for a little bit, and all of a sudden this woman appears directly in front of him, so quick that he has no time to react. And this woman right here. And he just fucking beans her. Although, right at the very last minute, it seems that she kind of teleports away. So, I think she's fine. But he's, completely wrecked. His bike gets totaled, tumbles off the cliff. He just kind of, eats shit on the ground. And kind of once he collects himself, begins the first gameplay segment of this game, kind of the tutorial for the movement controls. I'll go a little bit into the gameplay of this, although I'll be skipping most of the details. So it is like a walking simulator. So, there's not a whole lot of combat. There is some combat, but, basically your goal is to, navigate rocks and stuff instead of, platforming or anything like that. And, the mechanics of it are kind of interesting because instead of just, using the left stick to move and that's it, you have to use the left stick and then also use the left and right triggers to balance yourself. So you'll have this big heavy backpack on you, and maybe your right foot steps on a rock and that counterbalances you, so you start tipping over to the left. You have to hold the right trigger down to steady yourself and keep you at balance so you don't fall over and drop all the things you're carrying. Yes.
Is this something you only have to do when, you have a lot of weight, or are you constantly, every time you walk, balancing yourself?
It's a sliding scale, depending on how much stuff you have, and also how you arrange it. If in this scene right here, he doesn't have a lot on him. So pretty much the only times you're gonna, slip and need to balance yourself is, maybe when you, go off a big rock or a cliff or something going downhill. You'll slip a little bit. But you're capable of, stacking things, twice his height, on his back, in which case you'll be very top-heavy and slip around a lot. But you can also, strap things to your shoulders and stuff instead of putting them on your back, and that kind of counterbalances you a little bit, too. So there's, this whole element of, trying to figure out how you want to arrange things on your body so that it's not a huge pain in the ass to go anywhere. And yeah, that's kind of a part of the planning. Yes.
So I'm a dumb American. I don't know exactly how much 120 kg is, but I think that's several hundred pounds. Is there some sort of gravity thing that's going on, or is the suit enabling him to carry this incredible weight, or are humans just really strong in this game?
I think humans are just really strong. He does. Even just when you put a little bit on, he does seem to strain and groan a lot under the weight of it. You do get upgrades later on, you get exoskeleton suits
okay.
that help you carry more things or have better balance and things like that. But at the beginning of the game, you don't have any of that. You're just some guy.
All right.
So yeah, he continues on across this cliff. finds this cave. He says he can wait out the rain, so he goes inside. And we're introduced to our main character, Sam, played by Norman Reedus. And very briefly, I just like to go over some of the details behind each of these actors, because they're pretty famous actors, as all the characters. So this is Norman Reedus, American actor. Probably know him from Walking Dead, where he plays, of course, the main character, Daryl. Boondock Saints, and his television show, Ride with Norman Reedus, where he just talks about motorcycles all the time. Which is probably why Sam Porter Bridges rides a motorcycle in this. I'd imagine Norman Reedus really pushed for that, just because he thought it was cool. And there's this quote that I like from Norman Reedus. He says, "I first met Hideo when Guillermo del Toro called me and said, 'Hey, there's this guy who's going to call you and wants to do a video game with you. Just say yes.' Norman Reedus says, 'Who is he?' And Guillermo del Toro says, 'Trust me, just say yes.'" So Reedus had but this is talking about PT, I think, because this is their original collaboration. But I like that. Basically, whatever Del Toro says, Norman Reedus just goes with it. I don't think he had any idea what PT was and what it was going to be at the time. He just kind of blindly jumped in. And then there's this meme I like. Don't forget who delivers your fine packages. Yes.
So his middle name is Porter. A porter is like a delivery man. Is it just a funny coincidence, or did he take that middle name because of his job?
Probably he took it because of his job. I don't know how much is going to be apparent in this, but a lot of people in this world have names based on their job. So you'll go to a weather station, and the guy there will be called Alex Weatherstone. Or you'll go to a port on a lake, and the guy there will be called Jim Lake. So very, very literal names here. And we'll also find out throughout the course of the story, Sam Porter Bridges might not be his only name. So we'll get into that maybe. Moving on, he kind of gets comfortable in his cave. It might be a little hard to see here, but he has handprints all over his body. We're not really sure where those come from quite yet, but they're just all over. As he's kind of getting undressed, this photograph falls out of his pocket, I guess, and a drop of time fall, which is the rain, falls on that corner. And kind of grays out that top left corner of that woman's face, so it's kind of hard to see who she actually is. The man on the right kind of looks like Sam. It's a little hard to tell, and we have no idea who that woman in the middle is. And we see him reach out to grab it, and a piece of time fall lands on his hand, and where that drop falls immediately turns old and disgusting. It looks like it's 100 years old. So it happens pretty quick. When the time fall hits you. He suddenly starts getting hives, allergic reaction. He's not sure why. And then the handprints from earlier that were following him on the bike come in. Hand kind of reaches out and grabs him on his arm, and it's the woman from before. She puts her finger over her mouth, says be quiet. Tries to guide him away from the hands that are kind of crawling up the wall at this point. They back away, put their hands over their mouths. I guess we're led to believe that breathing kind of attracts whatever these creatures are. So they're trying their hardest not to breathe, kind of waiting for these, whatever they are, we don't know who these creatures are yet, to pass. Which they do, and they look out of the cave, and I really don't know how. Yes.
Was this the same woman that he almost hit on the bike?
Yes. So they look out of the cave. I really don't know how much this is picking up on the TV, but very faintly you can see 5 human figures, 5 white human figures. It's white on white. But they're floating in the sky. we'll get a better view of these later when they're colored black and not white, so don't worry too much. But yeah, there's figures there. Sam looks at them and sheds a few tears. Yes.
I'm pretty sure I watched you playing the opening hours of this game, and I did not see those people in the sky during that scene. I thought I was just looking at the sun or whatever.
There's a lot of things in this game, I think, very calibrated to specific contrast, I guess, and it's very hard to see, even under ideal conditions, I think. Definitely things you kind of maybe have to watch multiple times to pick up on. But yeah. This begins prologue ported. So Sam and this woman start talking. She explains that the tears we saw falling down Sam's cheek was a chiral allergy. We have no idea what chiral means, but we know that whatever it is, people in this world kind of are allergic to it. She says, so you have dooms like me. I don't remember what doom stands for, but it's, again, some condition that some people in this world just have. And she says, because you have dooms, you can see the creatures, right? And Sam says, no, I can't see them. I'm not that strong. I don't have that strong of a condition. I can just sense them. So that's why, the handprints and stuff were invisible. We could only see the handprints. We couldn't see the actual creatures. Is because whatever dooms is, Sam doesn't have it enough to be able to see them. But presumably people with stronger dooms can actually see them. The timefall lets up, so they can kind of leave the cave now. And we're introduced to Fragile. Played by Leia Seydoux. I'm not exactly sure. I probably butchered that, but yes.
Is she also a delivery person?
Yes.
Does she deliver only fragile items?
No, but she has delivered pretty high-stakes things before, which we will see. Yes.
Didn't he hit her with a motorcycle earlier and she was fine?
She was fine because she, teleported out of the way at the last second.
Okay, so...
before she got hit.
So if she did get hit, she would be damaged because she's fragile.
Yeah, I guess as fragile as a human, you shouldn't even say but yes, this is the actress that plays her, French actress, so she's not super well known in the States, I would say. Her most notable roles was she was the main love interest and heroine in 2 of the James Bond movies, Spectre and No Time to Die. And she had a role in Blue is the Warmest Color. I think she was one of the main leads in that. And she was completely new to gaming before this. I think she said she either hadn't really played video games before or very limited. So she kind of had to learn everything about how games work to do this. Probably even how to hold a controller and stuff. She probably didn't even know that. But yeah. Continuing on, Fragile asks Sam if he wants to come work for her. He's not too jazzed about that idea. He kind of just prefers to be edgy and alone by himself. He's I don't need anybody else. And she says, I could really use someone like you because there's not much left of me. I got soaked by the timefall from head to toe. So she shows her arm, and it's completely fucked. It looks like it could wither away into dust at any moment. Yes.
Why does her head look fine then?
We will find out.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, basically everything from the neck down looks like that. It's very old and wrinkly because of the timefall. Yes.
Was her name Fragile before that happened, or did she change it when she became Fragile?
It was like that before.
Okay. Foreshadowing that she didn't know about.
Yes. She says the timefall fast forwards whatever it touches, can't wash everything away. So memories and stuff it can't get rid of. This picture will kind of keep showing back up. Sam's obviously kind of hung up over it. Yes.
Do rocks that get hit by this special rain erode faster than normal?
I don't think so. I think it only affects organic living stuff. So I actually see a big visual motif in this is that every time the rain falls, you see the grass and the weeds very quickly sprout, grow to like full height and like wither away in the span of like a few seconds. So it just like does that over and over and over again. But the ground is pretty much unaffected. She basically leaves him. She says, "I'll see you around." She in this shot, she's kind of like walking behind him, and you see a flash, and she presumably teleports away, and she's gone, and he's left all by himself. So yeah, this is just another gameplay segment. You can see like the skyscrapers in the background is kind of his destination, if where he wants to go. So there's just like another quick segment where you like walk over there. I think there's like some like goods that you need to deliver, like scattered along the way, where he just like picks it up. So he takes it here. There's like a hologram of the person who wanted it here. This character will actually be pretty important later, but for now she's just some woman. She's like, "What took you so long?" It's not like the legend to come in late, so kind of implies that Sam is kind of a big deal in this world, although we don't know why. But like he's of some renown. People know who he is. He gets a notification, and there's a special commission for him, priority 1, high priority. So he goes out and meets Igor from Bridges Corpse Disposal. So you can take one guess at what the high priority commission might be. Igor tries to go in for like a hug or like a handshake on him, and Sam like recoils, like he really doesn't want that to happen. And we find out that Sam actually has some like phobia of being touched. So like he just like every it's like a big thing in this game. Like every time someone goes to like shake his hand or whatever, he just like doesn't. Like he like backs away or something like that. He just really doesn't like being touched. So we see here what the commission is. This body says he's got a date with the incinerator. They have to burn him. It's been about 40 hours since he died. I believe this was like a suicide case, so he killed himself. Got him on ice ASAP, he says, but who knows when he'll go necro. We don't really know what going necro means, but it sounds pretty bad. And they say, we don't have any time, we have to take this route. But this route is crawling with BTs. Sure we can't use another? He says, we have no time, this is the route we have to take. So whatever the BTs are, we have to move them. And Igor says, it'll be fine. Nothing bad will happen, surely, because we have someone like you with dooms who can sense the BTs. So that kind of clues us in that the BTs maybe are the invisible things crawling on the cave that we saw earlier. And Sam says, he's about to go necro. If we don't hurry, this place is a crater. So that is maybe what they're trying to prevent. Something cratering this city. He looks down at this pod on his stomach. He says, "With the help of this thing, and you, Sam, will be able to stay one step ahead of him." He activates it, and we see this little baby. I believe that it's called a bridge baby, BB. And bridge baby because it bridges, I guess, the different sides of life and death. It is in between both, so it is able to sense these BTs, which are these, mysterious death-like creatures that follow them. When he plugs in, because basically you have like an umbilical cord kind of thing attached to your suit that you have to plug into that pod. And when he does so, he gets this chiral allergic reaction. He starts crying, and Sam says, "You're plugging into the other side." You're plugging into the death side, so that's why you get that allergic reaction. So they leave to do this thing. We get this Skyrim introduction segment where you have like a POV in the back of the truck, which is weird because there's no one there. So I don't know, maybe the cameraman hitched the ride or something. And Igor goes on a rant like, the world was different when I was a kid. When I was younger, America was great. We had highways, airplanes. You could even visit other countries. So it was a real utopia back when he was a kid. You could do all these things that they can't do now. Pretty quickly after they leave, they get into the BT zone, I guess. It gets cloudy. There's not sure if it's in this slide, but it's like a inverted rainbow again, just like in the intro. So they're in kind of trouble now. They're running out of time. You can see a little bit like this black like aura coming off the body on the bottom, which means like he's very close to going necro, whatever that means. So like, oh, we have no time. We have to cut through this zone. There's no other way. We're not gonna make it. But their engine stalls, like pretty much immediately. Just their engine craps out on them. They get surrounded by the BTs, but the BB, the bridge baby, isn't really reacting, so they have no idea like where exactly they are because they're invisible. It says, this BB must be busted or something. It's a hunk of junk. They eventually do get the engine running. They kind of like try to speed off, but not long after the hands kind of like crash through the window of the driver's seat, and the vehicle crashes, flinging like all the passengers out. You see here, this is the driver of the car. He's not doing too hot. In fact, his legs are currently underneath the vehicle, like completely crushed. So, not looking good for him. Igor is like this arm on the side. He's trying to pull him out. But the BTs kind of get to him first. And while this is going on, the driver is getting absolutely soaked by timefall. So he looks like he's like 200 right now, yes.
Is there a reason that their protective outfits have a hoodie but no, like, face covering?
It's never explained. you would think they would invent that. Because people do wear masks, but the masks are pretty much just to look cool. So yeah, they just kind of leave their hoods open and I guess hope for the best.
So the most important part can be easy.
I guess they just hope there's not a strong wind that day. But yeah, BTs crawl like right next to him. They kind of cover their mouths, try to, stay away from him. What you actually do, the BT leaves. He's like, man, we made it. Cool. But things are not so great because the body that they were transporting now has this like gold mask that is formed on it, and it's going crazy. It's like shaking and like vibrating. So presumably this is going necro now. They took too long. Back over at the driver who got crushed, kind of while they were distracted by the body going necro, some BTs caught him. So he's now like stuck in this like goopy black tar, kind of getting dragged away. He's like, "Oh, help me, please, do something." So Igor does. The only thing he can do, he shoots him, kind of put him out of his misery. But also, we'll find out there's another reason why he shoots him besides just a mercy kill. After he does that, this mysterious masked guy shows up. No idea who this guy is, but he shows up and his BB pod on his stomach like flashes red for a second. When that happens, our BB kind of comes to life. And the mysterious man from earlier just kind of fucks off and leaves. We have no idea what that's about. So this shot is Igor has also been caught by BTs, and he tries to shoot himself in the head because he's like, it's over for me. But right when he shoots it, the BT like snatches him away, which causes him to miss his shot. So he does not get to shoot himself. He gets like pulled up into the air. He can't reach his gun anymore. So he does the next best thing. He pulls like an ice pick or something, or like a small knife, and just starts like stabbing the shit out of his chest, like over and over and over again, just like really brutally killing himself. It's obvious whatever he's trying to prevent by killing himself is like very bad. He's like very desperate to not be alive when whatever is about to happen happens. This is what's about to happen. So the body that just went necro seeped into the ground, and this gigantic black figure doesn't really have a real head, just kind of like this weird like hand formation as the head. Kind of pops out like where that body used to be, and there's a gigantic explosion. Yes.
Are the two new bodies now in danger of doing that as well?
I think because they killed themselves. Well, okay. If they had still been alive when the BTs grabbed them, they would have been in danger. And then if they had died and been left alone, it would have been a danger. But their bodies got like destroyed in this explosion, so it's no longer an issue. So yeah, after the explosion, Sam, there's like a fade to white. Sam wakes up on this beach, and there's the bridge baby on the beach with him. There's like a cord coming out of it. He goes to pick it up, but kind of like dissolves in his hands, I guess. He kind of just left with this like inky black stuff. These invisible handprints come on his thighs, presumably, I guess, from that baby. Maybe it went invisible, we don't know. We get a shot of Norman Reedus' stomach here, with this like distinctive cross-shaped scar. Kind of looks like a C-section scar or something, maybe. No idea what's up with that yet. We will learn about that later. Here's a better shot of the figures. This time they're black for easy visibility. Kind of just meant to be mysterious. We really don't know what's up with them yet. And Norman Reedus' ass. And then second time we're seeing the title. Don't worry, it will not be the last time. So suddenly we hear this like woman singing, and this woman like comes in off screen. She's singing London Bridge Falling Down. She starts walking into the ocean. Sam kind of goes in to like follow her. He seems to like recognize her, so he wants to like chase after her. But before he gets to her, he's like pulled underneath the ocean. And this introduces the respawn mechanic of this game, repatriation. So basically what a repatriate is that they can't really die. Whenever you do die in this game, you're basically sent into this ocean world, and you have to navigate back to your body, like as your soul, and like go back to your body. It's called the seam, and like the beach leads into the seam. It's kind of like the area between life and death is the beach. Is this gonna play? Yeah. So this is what it is to respawn, and it's terrible. You have to see that every time you respawn, which is a pretty big motivational factor to never die. You have to see that. When he does, when you go into the baby's mouth, you get this like weird flashback kind of sequence. We'll see these a bunch, so I'm not going to go into super detail. Probably going to skip a lot of them. But yeah, there's this like mysterious man. He's talking to BB. He says, "It's Daddy." So we don't really know too much. We really just get this like quick glimpse of it. Sam wakes up again. This time next to a huge crater, and this was the crater from the explosion that just killed him. Yes.
So whenever he respawns, is the damage in his body also healed?
I believe so. It's not super consistent. I think there is like some damage later on that kind of carries over, but for the most part, yeah, he just comes back as like his normal self. He kind of talks a little bit, kind of echoing the intro, and then came the next explosion, an explosion that will be our last. And there's this big like handprint looking thing in the crater. And it's kind of hard to tell from the scale of this, because the crater looks pretty small, but this crater actually took out like an entire city. So like an entire like pretty major city is just wiped off the map now because they failed their mission. Yes.
So this is the city that they left from got destroyed, or did they get close to another city on their way to the incinerator?
I think it was the city they left.
Okay.
Yeah. This starts episode 1, Bridget. We're out of the prologue now. He wakes up, he's literally handcuffed to a bed. So that's kind of weird. He doesn't know what's going on. He meets this weird guy, starts talking to him. How does it feel to be back in the world of the living? Call me Dead Man. I'm well acquainted with the dead. Another kind of dumb name here. So this guy has like the face of Del Toro, but the voice is actually done by another guy, Jesse Cordy. And this is Del Toro. Probably doesn't need too much of an introduction. He's a pretty famous Mexican filmmaker. Made like Hellboy, Pacific Rim, and The Shape of Water. Like pretty famous like horror films and stuff like that. He's been longtime friends with Kojima since like 2009, and like a huge fan of like Metal Gear. He like collects a lot of the same kind of like toys and figures that Kojima does. So they kind of bonded over that. They basically, I think it was said like every time he goes to Japan, he like makes sure to like do karaoke and like bowl with Kojima, just like all the time when he's there. So yeah, they're pretty close. Yeah. So Deadman explains that the cuff on his arm is kind of like a surveillance device, I guess. Although he tries to frame it as if it's a good thing. He's like, oh, you will always be together, but really we're like we're like surveilling on you all the time. And this is where we learn Central Knot was obliterated in the Annihilation. So that was the city they left from at the beginning, Central Knot City. We're at our base in Capital Knot City now, or should I say our new headquarters. It'll be pretty apparent all the major cities in this game is something Knot City. They were not very original with it. I think it was implied that Central Knot City was their kind of capital city beforehand. But now, I guess they must have renamed whatever city this is to Capital Knot City now that they're here. He says he has a special order for Sam. I need you to bring the president some morphine. So that's our next gameplay objective, I guess. And Sam's like, what president? America's gone. He got obliterated in like this like post-apocalyptic event we're going through right now. America's no longer here. What are you talking about? Deadman kind of like doesn't even answer it. Honestly, he's like, the president just really wants to see you. They're in the final stages of cancer, but there's still time for you to go see him. And Sam's like, surely you have morphine there. Why do I have to go? You can just do it yourself. Deadman says, America's last president wants to see you in person. Specifically requesting Sam wants to talk to him in private. And then he reveals the president is the first and last female president of the United States. I guess everyone Pokemon went to the polls. And he says, surely you remember her? She raised you. So, presumably the president is Sam's mother, and somehow he didn't know. It's not really explained. So he goes in to a hospital room. We meet Die Hardman. He says, what's it been, Sam, 10 years? So they have some history together. They must know each other. And he's portrayed by Tommy Earl Jenkins. Also kind of pretty unknown, I guess. He's mostly known for like musical performances in theater. And he does like some voice acting stuff, but I think it's mostly for like children's media and things like that. Although he did have a role in the Netflix series Wednesday. So I don't know which character, but I think he had a role in that. But yeah. So he says, the president is your mother, Bridget. Again, not really explained why Sam doesn't know who she is, but yes.
Did he really need all that facial mocap if he's going to wear this mask?
He won't always wear the mask.
Oh, okay.
So Deadman and Die Hardman leave so that Sam can talk to Bridget. She says, she knew he'd come back, and she knows that he hates him. We don't really know why Sam would hate her, but apparently there's some beef there. She's played by Lindsay Wagner. I think I honestly never heard of her. I think she's probably before a lot of our times. But she was very famous. I think in the 70s for the series The Bionic Woman and The $6 Million Man, which you can see in the bottom left is kind of what she looked like during that era. But she's a lot older now. There's a reason why I included that other picture, that younger picture. But presumably the reason why she's in this game is that Kojima was actually a huge fan of Bionic Woman when he was a kid. Apparently he really watched that show a lot. his Saturday morning show or whatever. I don't know. And he actually already used her face in a previous game of his, Signature, that he made in 1988 before Metal Gear. Yes.
Is Strand her maiden name, or is Sam Porter Bridges' full name Sam Porter Bridges Strand?
I don't know if it's her maiden name. I think there's a reason I think that Sam doesn't have a Strand name, which we'll get into later. But yeah, I don't. Presumably it's her. It's either her married name or just a name she thought was symbolic. It's probably the more likely reason is that it has some meaning or something, and just like people name themselves after their job, she might have named herself Strand. So Bridget says, Sam, you remember that Amelie went west. We don't know who Amelie is, but presumably she traveled. Took her 3 years to cross the country. She's doing something to try to rebuild after this post-apocalyptic disaster. She says, you need to help her, you can help us reconnect the country. She says, if we don't come together again, humanity will not survive. This is something we have to do to overcome, whatever is happening here. People are too isolated now. If we don't, do some teamwork, we're never gonna fix this situation. And Sam, being his edgy self, says, fuck that. We don't need a country, not anymore. Why would you ever want to reconnect with people? People suck. And Bridget's like, no, but actually really listen to me. And she lunges at him and snaps away all of her life support cables and stuff. And kind of falls over on the ground. And she crawls towards him. Very reminiscent of a BT, actually, with the handprints on the floor. She crawls over to him. She sees the picture that has conveniently fallen out, which we now know, kind of can see that the woman in the middle is Bridget. So it's an old photo of her and Sam together and whoever this third woman is. She says, oh, you kept that picture this whole time. I know you cared. I love you, Sam. Please help me do this thing. Please help me reconnect America. She says, I'll be waiting for you on the beach. But it cuts to this other woman's face when she says that. It doesn't show Bridget's face. And then she dies. She slumps over and dies. And we find the whole Oval Office room she was in was actually just a hologram projection. And she was actually just in this bleak gray room this whole time. A lot of the nurse staff and stuff too were also just holograms. So Dead Man and Die Hard come back in. They say no one can know the president is dead. We have to keep this a secret. Sam, you're the only one, that can help us rebuild America. You have to work with us. Help us out here. Specifically, what they need him to do is her body needs to be cremated before she necrotizes. So now they have this dead body on their hands, and just like the intro, if they don't get her to an incinerator within, I think the time limit is 48 hours. Capital Knot City will also be a big crater. Yes.
So you don't have to be killed by a BT for that to happen? It's just any dead body will explode in 48 hours?
Yes, any dead body. Which makes things difficult, which we will see. And that's kind of, I think, why people don't spread out very much. Kind of keep to themselves, is because you need to be able to know when someone dies. Yes.
Are there special reasons for them to have a crematorium further out that they have to take it to, or they just choose not to build one close by?
They give a reason, but it's not super concrete. Basically, if you try to burn them, I guess nearby, it releases a lot of chiralium, which we don't really know what that is. It's kind of vague. But that apparently summons BTs and stuff. So you don't want to do it super close to town because you don't want BTs right where people are. So they build these huge incinerators out in the countryside so that when the BTs show up, nobody's there. So yeah, this is another gameplay segment. You can see this really dumb looking body carrying device that you have to use whenever you transport bodies, and this makes you like extremely top heavy. So like you're like falling all over the place all the time when you transport bodies, and you can't really carry like cargo on top of it either. So like you're pretty much limited to like strapping things to your shoulders and stuff in these kind of situations. So he makes it. It's honestly not a huge like in-game distance. Maybe it takes you like 5 minutes or so to get there, 10 minutes. So he gets there and puts her in the incinerator. And that, of course, the chiralium that I mentioned earlier is in the air now, so this rainbow shows up, BTs appear. And it turns out Sam actually took the BB unit that Igor had. Basically, when Igor got grabbed by the BTs, he's like, Sam, run, take this baby, save it. So Sam has that now. Yes.
Is the baby thing a technology that they invented? Or did they, find that somehow?
They invented it, yes.
Okay.
A lot of experimentation actually went into making the BBs, yes.
So that one, it said was BB number 28. Are these pretty rare?
I think so, yes. Because very specific conditions have to be there to make a BB.
But somewhere out there in this world, there is a BB-8?
Presumably, yes. I don't know if it still exists, but it definitely existed at one time. But yeah, so BTs are now outside of the incinerator area. Sam's kind of scared of them. He has this cord. He has that. This is the cord that kind of plugs into BB so that you can use them. And something I forgot to mention is that usually people with dooms actually can't use BBs because it causes, I think, some kind of feedback loop or something, where there's a chance that you kind of go insane if you use it, if you have dooms. But Igor didn't have dooms. He was just some guy, so he could use it. But Sam's does have dooms. So he's like, should I actually do this? It's kind of going to be risky. But he doesn't really have a choice because BTs are right there. So he plugs in. He gets another flashback to this mysterious man. Again, it's like a quick 2-second scene. We don't see much. And here's a better shot of what BTs look like. So Sam, can't really see them too well. It's just kind of like a hazy outline of them. But he can kind of see where they are and sense them. Yeah, so this is what I was talking about. So if someone with dupes hooks up to a BB, it's feedback, with a speaker. So there's a chance that your mind gets lost or something. And this is Dead Man talking to you, by the way. And he's this BB is actually not doing too hot. When you come back, we're actually gonna have to dispose of it because it's not working very well. So yeah, Sam plugs in, gets another feedback, memory slideshow or whatever, of the guy saying, don't worry, he's talking to BB, I'll always be with you. And I kind of skipped over the whole gameplay segment. There's this whole thing where Sam uses BB to avoid the BTs. You don't really fight the BTs at this point. They're just kind of a force of nature that you have to sense and stealth your way around them. So you don't really fight them. He uses BB to know where they are and just walks through them. And Deadman is surprised that he was able to do that because he has dooms. So he's like, well, actually, maybe this BB actually does work. So I guess we won't kill it. It's kind of very quick, his turnaround. He goes from the beginning of the scene to he's saying BB's a hunk of junk. We don't need it. And then Sam tells him that it actually worked and helped him. And then Deadman's like, well, you got a point. Guess we'll keep it. Very, very quick turnaround. So yeah, I'll let this gift play. It's pretty good. Should I give the monster energy? Very into it. So this is your private room, I guess it's called. These are basically in every major city and distribution center and waypoint that you go to. Just like a private room, yes.
So are there like brands in this game in addition to Monster, or is this just like a one-time thing?
I think in a later scene, I don't think I have a slide for it, but I think there's like a very like quick product placement for I think some kind of like audio equipment company or something like that. I think that's the only other instance.
Well, I'm glad to see Monster survive the apocalypse.
Yes. And we'll talk a little bit more about Monster in a little bit. Well, what's actually sad, though, is that if you buy the director's cut of this game, Monster Energy is replaced with Bridges Energy. I guess they did not get the license back. So you have to play the original version if you want Monster. Although, presumably, I guess people have modded the PC version at this point to put it back. But yeah, in your private room, you can, like, do things like take a shower and, like, shave. And, like, examine the figures back there and, like, just kind of, like, hang out. There's, like, a really detailed, like, this level of animation for, like, pretty much everything you can do in here. So, like, you just like, touch anything and you have to wait, like, 10 seconds while Norman Reedus actually does the thing. And the great thing about Monster Energy, you can see here there's like 5 on the table. Before you head out to do like any mission, you have to watch Norman Reedus like chug like 3 or 4 of them. because each Monster Energy increases your maximum stamina by like 2%. Up to like a maximum of like 6 or 8%, I guess. So you just have to like keep chugging them over and over again to get the maximum buff. Yes.
Does he almost fall over each and every time?
Yes. And the story actually for why this is in the game, supposedly, is that Kojima saw Norman Reedus do this in real life. And he loved it so much that he put it in the game. Yes.
Do you have an unlimited supply of Monster when you're at your room? Like, when the cutscene plays again, is it the same amount over and over again?
I think each time you only get like 4 or 5, but if you come back to your private room, they respawn.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So in his private room, this is kind of going to be a running thing. He goes to sleep in his private room and wakes up, or like sees this dream he has on the beach. This woman comes to him and says, "Almost time to go, Sam." So, presumably this little kid is young Sam, kind of crying on the beach. She gives him this dream catcher to kind of calm him down. And that begins episode 2, Amelie. So you go back to the Oval Office, talk to Die Hard Man again. And he says, Bridget may no longer be with us, but her legacy has a chance to live on. He moves to the side and reveals the woman from Sam's dreams. And it is Amelie. My mother may be gone, but I'm here, so she is Bridget's daughter. And you can also see portrayed by Lindsay Wagner as well, but like digitally de-aged. So that's why I included that like younger picture of Wagner. But she has a different voice, Emily O'Brien. Guy Hardman says, it's been 10 years since Sam and Amelie saw each other, but she hasn't aged a day. And that is because Amelie's body is still on the beach, so it does not get to grow older. Don't really know exactly what that means yet, but she doesn't age. And he says, under Amelie's leadership, we'll establish the UCA, the United Cities of America. And I guess it's said that Amelie is now the new president after Bridget. He explains kind of the what Amelie has done so far to reconnect America. He says she put together an expedition. Bridges won and went west. And Bridges won also included Sam. So Sam was a part of this team, kind of went with her. He goes on to explain that they encountered resistance during this expedition from this group of terrorists called Homo Demons. And he says they run at Edge Knot City, and Edge Knot City is basically in like the middle of California. So they're on the west coast, or the east coast now. Actually, I think they're in like basically the equivalent of like Washington D.C. right now. Edge Knot City is all the way in like the middle of California. So that's where the terrorists are based. And he basically explains that Amelie made it all the way west, but she got captured by these terrorists in Edgemont City. So they need Sam to go west and finish what Amelie started and rescue her. Yes.
So are they implying that Amelie is still captured on the East Coast and somehow also here unaging on the on the West Coast, sorry. She was captured on the West Coast and is somehow still there while she's also here unaging, being the president?
So the Amelie that's talking to you in this scene is a, like, they call it a chiralogram. It's like a hologram, basically. So she's not actually here, but she's able to kind of, like, project herself, I guess. It's kind of a thing that everybody can do. They just have this technology where, like, people can send holograms to wherever. They call it, like, the chiral network. Wherever the chiral network is, you can send a hologram of yourself.
So she is supposed to still be on the West Coast?
Yes.
Okay.
Michael?
And so because she's in sunny California, that's why she's on the beach?
I don't think it's very sunny anymore, but yes. Cliff, you had a question?
Yeah, how well is she captured if she's able to send out holograms and make plans for her rescue?
She's actually not very well guarded, I guess. She explains that she's basically able to do whatever she wants. She just can't leave the city.
Gotcha.
And we don't exactly know the details of it. We just know that she can't come back to us. Yes.
Did Kojima base this off his real life experience of being locked in the room, but not?
Genuinely, I think the whole Konami thing probably did play a very big influence on this game and, like, the plot of this game. Because if you read, like, interviews with Kojima, like, kind of after, like, a few years after the fact, he talks a lot about how, like, at the time, like, right after he split, he was like, I just really want to reconnect with people, and, like, I miss the connections I have with everyone I loved, and I just really needed, like, the help of my friends, and like it's all that kind of stuff, and you could tell, like, Kojima probably wasn't having a very good time during that whole thing, and that kind of influenced, I think, some of the emotional beats in this game. But yeah, this is basically like the setup of the entire game. This is like your main quest, is to go west, reconnect the country, which we don't exactly know what that means yet, but reconnect the country and then rescue Amelie and bring her back east so that she can be the president. Yeah, like, for real. And not just like a hologram, yes.
Is there a whole country's worth of distance that you're actually going across in this game?
No, it's very shrunk down. Yes.
So is the idea that there was or will be an election to elect Amelie, or is the idea that because she's the daughter of the previous president, she's now the president, making it more of a queen than a president?
I'm honestly not sure, because there was that whole thing with, they were like, nobody can know that Bridget's dead.
Yeah.
We have to keep it a secret. So I honestly think the implication might be is that she might just wear a mask and pretend that she's Bridget. It's not really gone into too much detail. They kind of just hand wave it away with, like, oh, we have a president now, it's fine.
We'll see in Death Stranding too.
Yes.
Isn't, like, Die Hard Man the vice president? Shouldn't he be the president now?
I don't think he's really the vice president. I think he's just a general right-hand man, kind of gopher kind of guy. Yes.
So, I mean, with all the other horrible things that have already happened to the country, are people really going to be that upset if they learn that the previous terminally ill president has passed away?
Well, I don't think they knew she was terminally ill, and it's also not very well explained why it's such a bad thing if people know. I think it's because she was, like, such a charismatic figure and like, kind of rallied people around her, that if they learned that she died, they would kind of be like, what's the point? Like, I don't really trust, like, the rest of these people. I just trusted Bridget, so I don't want to be a part of the United Cities of America anymore if she's not around, that kind of thing. There's a lot of this game where, like, one person does, like, a very specific, like, helps out another person, and then that person is like, I will die for you now. like I immediately trust you because you did this thing for me. So, but Sam, as usual, his like MO at this point, he's like, I don't want anything to do with this. Just leave me alone. I want to be by myself. And he like literally just walks out. Like he's like, bye. Die Hardman like runs after him. I don't think what they talk about here is really important. I think Die Hardman just kind of begs for him to stay. So I cut out all the. There's like always a sleeping shot of him going to bed in his private room. Whenever like this kind of thing happens, imagine that there was a shot of him falling asleep in his private room, because that happens a lot. So he goes to sleep again after talking to Die Hardman. He wakes up again on the beach. Amelie, which we now know is this woman, comes up to him and she says, we're still connected, don't tell me we're not. So kind of calling on that history of them together, and in her hand she's holding like the dream catcher that she gave like kid Sam in that earlier cutscene. It kind of abruptly cuts to this shot of Amelie kind of looking at him from like the water. There's some interesting discrepancies in this screenshot that we might talk about later. Cuts back to her hugging him again. She says, I'll be waiting for you. She basically like always says this in like every scene she's in. She's like, I'll be waiting for you. Abruptly cuts again to another shot of Amelie, this time in like a sunset, like kind of like doomsday kind of looking thing, like very ominous. No explanation at all what this is. We just kind of leave it, yes.
So with her in the navy blue dress and in the red dress, does that imply that in the upcoming election she's going to run against herself as both the Republican and Democrat candidate?
I feel like that would not actually be out of character for her. Yeah, that ends that dream sequence. He like wakes up with a jolt. Die Hardman is like already in his room, like when he wakes, like very eager to talk to him. He's like, "Have you had a chance to think it over?" And Sam has kind of come around. He's like, I don't really want to help you guys. I don't care about America, but I'll do it just to help Amelie out, just because Amelie is the one asking. And wait, I think. Yeah, so in the left picture, you see Die Hardman kind of giving Sam this, like, necklace thing. That's called a Cupid. It's like Q-PID. And basically that is, like, this piece of hardware that allows Sam to connect to the terminal at each city and connect them to the chiral network, which is, like, souped-up Google Fiber, I guess. Like, it basically, like, the way he's going to reconnect America is to go to all these, like, waypoints and stuff and connect them to the network so that they can all talk to each other over this network, yes.
So the infrastructure is already there in each of the cities and he just needs to, like, put in a password?
Yes, so that is what Bridges 1 with Amelie did, was they traveled across and, like, built the infrastructure, but I think, like, the technology wasn't quite there yet for them to, like, bring everything online. So the plan was to have Bridges 2, which was originally going to be this whole big team, but they all got wiped out in that explosion in the intro. So now Sam is the only member of Bridges 2 left, and their job is to kind of go in and connect the internet, like, through them. Like what Amelie already built. And he kind of explains, like, why the chiral network is so important. And that's because the chiral network is kind of connected to the beach. So, like, how it works is that they're able to send information through the beach. Which we don't really know exactly how they do that yet, but they're able to do that. And because the beach is a land that is, like, outside the influence of time, like, time kind of flows differently there, they are able to both send data back and forth through time, as well as, like, instantaneously. So basically, like, the most powerful version of, like, quantum computing you can think of. And they're also able to, like, read information from the beginning of time. So, like, every invention that humanity has ever been able to build, they can, like, even, like, in the caveman eras and stuff, that information has been saved by the universe, and they can get that information through the chiral network. Yes.
So then, if they're going to have the chiral network in the future, can't they just use the time travel aspect to already have it now?
I think they kind of hand-waved that away, I guess. I mean, I want to say it's like kind of it's more favored towards like receiving stuff. Yeah, I'm not really sure how it works, but yeah, that's never really brought up. But presumably, maybe, who knows? Maybe they just haven't invented that technology yet to be able to do that. To like be able to receive that stuff. But yeah, so like it's really important that they get the chiral network up because like presumably, you know, they think that maybe the secret to fixing the Death Stranding is located within that data of like the 4.6 billion years. Yes.
What is the Death Stranding?
So we don't really know at this point yet exactly what it is, but it's presumably just this like thing that made the world like it is. Like the BTs show up, and like life on Earth is almost wiped out. It's basically like the introduction of BTs is the Death Stranding. It's like when they start showing up, that's Death Stranding.
Okay.
I think also like people start being able to go to beaches and stuff when the Death Stranding happens. Like before, people just kind of died normally, but now they can like go to this like afterlife kind of thing. So he connects to BB again when he goes up to his. He leaves his private room to like go do like a delivery or whatever. Gets another flashback or like memory or whatever. This man is talking to. It's kind of hard to see, but there's like this woman in this pod. It's like, I'm sorry, Lisa. Don't worry, I'll take care of him. So our next gameplay objective is to extend the chiral network from Capital Knot City to Port Knot City. I might have a map of it later, but Capital Knot is like in DC, and Port Knot City I think is in like Oklahoma area, or like Missouri, like that kind of area. And so basically, like that's like the first leg of your journey is like going there. So yeah, you just see Sam like running around. Here's the map. Yeah. So kind of the way it works is that the network isn't strong enough to like go from directly point A to point B. So in all these areas, you usually have to make like a detour to like a distribution center or like a waypoint or something to kind of like act as a router to like extend the signal. Yes.
Are the east and west coasts already connected together?
No. Basically, everything is separate right now.
But wasn't Amelie using the network to project her hologram?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, okay, so basically, I think the chiral network has very limited functionality right now, and so the data for like Amelie's body was already in Capital Knot because she had like been there before, and like so they kind of knew what she already looked like, so they were able to like very weakly. I think in like the cutscene, like her hologram's like very jittery and shaky. So they're able to like use that existing data and like I guess her like voice data and stuff to kind of like recreate what she would have been. But presumably, like when you fully connect the chiral network, the hologram would be a lot clearer, and you would also be able to like send your hologram to places you haven't been yet. So that's like the big limitation is if you haven't been to a place right now, you can't send your hologram there. But if they already have the data for you, you can. It's kind of just like a bullshit like hand wave of like, yeah, she can. And Demme kind of like gives Sam some advice. He's like, this BB's just equipment. You know, don't get attached. It's not like really a living thing. It's just a tool. You know, don't get attached. So in the East Coast, there's like a few different way stations you can go to, and a cool thing about this game is that like a lot of these like kind of like nothing NPCs are like actually like cameos of people that Kojima knows. So I'll point out like a few of them. I don't think I get them all, but yes.
So you're telling me that in this game that was inspired by him wanting to connect with his friends in real life, all the people you connect are just his friends from real life
Yes.
put in the game.
This entire game is very much like Kojima just being like, I love my friends. Yes.
Is Kojima a character in the game?
I don't think so, sadly. He might voice someone, I'm not sure. But he doesn't actually show up, no. But yeah, this is Jeff Keighley of Game Awards and Among Us fame. They're big friends with Kojima. Really helped him like get industry connections and stuff. He's like the first like cameo you see. This guy is like the musician. He's Daichi Miura, which presumably he's like a pretty big name in Japan, like a rock musician kind of guy. I had never heard of him. I honestly don't know much about it, but there he is. So this scene takes place in the like distribution center west of Capital Knot. So if I go back a little bit, so the way station, I guess. So like that first stop you make, you go there, and Die Hardman tells you he received word from Mama. We don't know who Mama is, but that she's completed her anti-BT weapon. That sounds pretty good. Anti-BT. You don't have to just like run away from them now. Maybe we can actually fight them. He says prototypes of her design are your next shipment. So you need to take them to Port Knot City, which is like your final destination for this leg of the trip. So she actually like sends her anti-BT weapons with you, which I believe the weapon in case is like a grenade made from Sam's sweat. Because Sam is a so-called like repatriate, like he respawns and he can't die. Something about that like makes his body like naturally kind of BT resistant. So like a lot of the upgrades you get in this game are like them taking like bodily fluid samples from Sam and turning them into weapons, and like increasing levels of effectiveness. So you start out here with like his sweat in a canister. The second level is his piss that they put in the canister, which, oh, by the way, any time in this game after you drink like 5 Monster Energies, you can just like pull down his pants and pee on the ground anywhere. And it does hurt BTs if you do this. It like repels them, I guess. And then the like final third level weapon you get is Sam's blood. And that just like outright kills BTs if you hit him with blood, yes.
Am I remembering correctly that you have an item that recycles his pee into more Monster Energy?
I'll actually show that. It's not actually piss that you recycle, it's like the rain.
Oh, okay.
Like super scary, like deadly rain or whatever can get recycled into Monster Energy. Yeah.
Why was it easier for them to collect enough of his sweat to make a grenade versus like blood where you can just easily just pull it out of your veins?
They get I guess sweat was the wrong term. It's actually like his bath water. So gamer boy get bath water. So like in your private room you have a shower. And like between every mission it's recommended, you take a shower or whatever. And the drain in there isn't actually like a real drain. It like just collects the bath water there and like concentrates it, and that like has always like sweat and like gunk on it, stuff. And they use that, and they choose that because it's like the easiest. They don't really know yet like that Sam's like bodily fluids like are super effective, so they're like, let's just take like the easiest sample we can and like see what happens. Yes.
What made them think that the bathwater would do anything to start with?
I want to say that in the intro, Sam, like with the original like BT attack and stuff, Sam gets like cut in the vehicle crash, and so like blood is gushing down his leg. But he notices that that sets the BTs off. So when he comes back and talks to like Deadman, he's like, "Hey, can you look into this? My blood is doing some weird stuff," and that starts like the experiments and stuff. But yeah, so you take those anti-BT weapons, and that helps you get through this like section of the game because there's actually like some BTs that spawn, and you can like throw the grenades and like it helps you. But this is like the whole eastern region completed now, so that down on like the bottom left is Port Knot City. It's actually like somewhere in like Texas. Oh no, Missouri. Yeah, is where that is. And Port Knot City, as the name implies, is like on a big like lake. It's like a big crater lake. So presumably like a big explosion happened just like in the intro beforehand, and it kind of is filled with water. So it kind of makes it hard to cross to the next step. You need to find a boat. And this guy says the only boat in town belongs to a private courier. We don't have any like publicly owned boats that you can take. So Sam goes outside to try to find this private courier, try to commandeer the boat. But BT's attack, of course, because nothing's ever easy. He gets immediately grabbed within half a second, just ambushed and grabbed by the BTs and dragged away. And the mysterious man from the intro with the mask shows up, kind of taunts him a little bit. And this is Higgs, played by Troy Baker. Very famous name. And this guy is probably the best character in the game, I'd say. Troy Baker really, really kills it. His voice performance here. If you watch anything from this game, I recommend watching all the Higgs cutscenes, because just his voice and everything and his acting is really good and really entertaining. He says, "The name's Higgs, the particle of God that permeates all existence." That's the first thing he says to Sam. Very anime, very dramatic. So this is just a little bit about Troy Baker. Very famous voice actor. Played Joel in The Last of Us, Sam Drake in Uncharted, Kanji in Persona, and Ocelot in Metal Gear Solid 5. He also did a lot of other games and anime and stuff. Especially dub. He's dubbed a lot of anime. You probably know something that he's been in. He's just been in everything. So he talks to Sam a little bit, and he seems to know stuff that he shouldn't know. So he knows that Bridget Strand is dead. He knows that Amelie is the president. No idea how he knows this. And he says, I know the truth of the Death Stranding. You guys actually don't know anything. I know everything. And he says, I actually know a little bit about Amelie. She's not like you and me. She doesn't have dooms. She's more into destruction on a worldwide scale, an extinction entity. Yes.
Is this cape an American flag?
His cape is actually supposed to be a Egyptian pharaoh thing. On the tombs and stuff. Although, it very well could also be reminiscent of a flag. I wouldn't be surprised. But he's very Egyptian themed, subtly, but it's very much inspired by Egyptian gods and pharaohs and stuff. But yeah, he makes a point here. He calls Amelie an extinction entity, which will be a very important term later. He kind of puts these tendrils out into the ground and pulls out. It's kind of hard to see. I wish I'd gotten a better screenshot of it, but it's this squid BT monster thing. So before all the BTs have been kind of humanoid in shape, but this one is just this giant squid tentacle thing. It says you're on the menu. He sicks the BT after you. It's the first boss fight of the game. Yeah, you actually get some blood grenades during this, and this is how you actually fight it. You just you pick them up and you just throw them at it. It's honestly not a hard boss fight at all. It barely attacks you. It just kind of runs around. You just throw it at it. It's got a lot of health, so it takes a while. But yeah, eventually you do defeat it. It kind of turns into this gold crystal stuff, which I'll call chiral crystals, I think. And they're kind of a currency-ish system in this game. That's what you build to use to build things. So it turns into a giant block of that. So, a fun fact, the cosmetics you put on in this game do actually carry over to the cutscenes, so in some of these, depending on what the streamer put on, it'll look a little silly, but so when Higgs leaves, he doesn't actually put up much of a resistance to you. You beat the BT, he's just kind of cool, see ya. I'll see you another time. Fragile shows up, and she seems to know him. She says he's the leader of a separatist group. He's actually the leader of the terrorist organization that is holding Amelie on the West Coast. So he's kind of the big bad guy. Fragile says they used to work together, some kind of history together there. And she leads you over to the boat. She doesn't actually elaborate too much yet on their backstory, but just saying that they work together at some point. She says, let's get on the boat. We're the only ones left. And that starts episode 3, Fragile. So this, opens up with a shot of them on the boat. Fragile kind of sits next to him, kind of wants to have like a heart-to-heart with him, wants to get some things off her chest. She says, listen, I have something to ask of you. It's about Higgs. I want to tell you about my situation. I want to ask you a favor. But Sam has already fallen asleep. So he doesn't hear a word of what she says. She's like, oh, great. And she just leaves. But yeah, you know what happens every time Sam falls asleep? And that is, of course, that he wakes up on the beach holding the photograph. Amelie is also there. She says, do you remember? She points over to the beach. A little hard to see, but you can see like the figures of Amelie and Kid Sam over there. And this is kind of a repeat of the Dreamcatcher scene where she gives up the Dreamcatcher. But this time, like, present day, Sam and Amelie are watching. Yeah, she says, living, I had no idea that I was alive until you told me, Sam. Which is kind of a weird thing to say. Living is no different from being dead if you're all alone. Yes.
That one's definitely based off his time locked in the room, right?
Yeah. So, presumably, the implication here, I guess, is maybe that Amelie was, like, all alone before Kid Sam met her, maybe. We don't actually know. But something's going on with Amelie. So, in this, like, flashback kind of thing, Kid Sam starts crying. He says, I don't want to go home. He kind of likes hanging out with Amelie on the beach. He doesn't actually want to go home. So, wherever home is, we don't really know anything about him. Yes.
Did this originally happen on an actual beach, and now they're sort of replaying it in the metaphysical beach? Or were they already in the, like, border between life and death beach when this first happened?
They were already in the life and death beach when this happened, yes. So she gives him the Dreamcatcher. She says, we used to play together a lot in this space, or in this place. And then this is Sam talking. He says, you brought me here. I couldn't make the trip on my own. So Amelie was the one who actually, like, brought him into the beach so that they could play together, I guess. She says, as long as you have a body in the real world, like the physical world, you can't come and go from the beach as you please. And then her, like, catchphrase, I guess, I'll be waiting for you on the beach. Not really explaining too much, which is, like, the MO of every character in this game. Very, very enigmatic. She says, come and find me. And this is the boat that they're on, Sam and Fragile, kind of, like, metaphysically, like, coming at her. Kind of looks like it's going to run her over. It cuts to black, though, right before. Presumably while Sam was sleeping and, like, ignoring Fragile, they make it to Lake Knot City. So this starts the second leg of the game, out of 3. There's 3 legs. By far, like, the longest one, though. So they make it to Lake Knot City, and Amelie hologram kind of explains that Bridges doesn't have the resources to link up the remaining cities on its own, so it's going to need help from, like, they call them, like, preppers. They're, like, hermit people. I guess they, like, just don't have anything to do. They don't want anything to do with the UCA, but they have way stations set up. I guess presumably they set them up on their own that are able to connect to the chiral network. And we need to use those way stations to, like, extend the signal further west so that we can cook up all of our places. Sam is a very sleepy boy because he goes to sleep again, like, immediately. Wakes up on the beach again. This is Kid Sam giving Amelie a necklace. You might have seen, like, her wearing this necklace before in previous cutscenes, maybe. And Sam says, I add a knot to this necklace every time I make a friend, and you're my friend, so I want you to have this. So from this point onward, she's wearing the necklace, and she's like, it's very special to you, I'll treasure it, it'll be a symbol of our bond together. Thank you, Sam. And when Sam wakes up, he gets another bond, like, right away, because Fragile's already there to ambush him when he wakes up. Would like to talk to him. And she says, if you're gonna go through the central region of the country, that's my territory. So you're gonna need this like bracelet as a symbol that you're like a friend of Fragile Express, which is her company. Otherwise, like all these preppers just aren't gonna want to talk to you at all. But if they see this bracelet, they're gonna know that you're with Fragile Express, and they might actually talk to you. And this cutscene explains a little bit about how Fragile can teleport. Basically, she can jump to the beach and then like travel along the beach outside of time, and then like jump back to a different spot. Because she has like a higher level of dooms than Sam. She goes on to explain a little bit about like what the nature of beaches are. She says, I can't go to the beach. I have a beach. My own beach. You've got yours, I've got mine. I'm sure you've heard the term multiverse. So it's not just like one beach that everybody goes to. It's like everybody has their own separate afterlife beach that they go to, yes.
Whose beach is the Chiral Network using? Or is there like an actual main one?
I'm not sure that they actually ever explain it. There's one candidate of a beach that we can get to later. That might be the one they're using, but I'm not actually sure. I don't know if that's actually ever explicitly said. It could be that they like are able to like somehow link beaches together. So I'm not sure. So she says she wants to go after Higgs for what he did to her. Not sure what exactly he did to her, but it's said that he betrayed her at some point in the past. So she really wants revenge on Higgs, chasing him to the beach. And she said, she asked Sam if he could help her. And Sam kind of gives like a non-committal, like, yeah, maybe, maybe I'll help you. Kind of like not really wanting to. But she says, I'll put this umbrella here. It'll remind you of you. Keep us connected. If you want to use my teleportation abilities, call me anytime. So this is how you unlock fast travel. so you don't have to like walk between every city each time. You just call Fragile and she'll teleport you to anywhere you've been. So yeah, this is starting the like gameplay segment of the central region. You have to go to. Do I have a thing? Yeah. So this is like the first stop going to the engineer. There's like a couple different of these prepper waypoints around, and you're kind of trying to make it to South Knot City, which is like way down like southwest. So you meet the engineer, who is of course Junji Ito, the famous like horror author. Presumably also friends with Kojima. I don't think they have like a super public relationship, but I guess they know each other. This guy, he's only really notable because he's like I think the CEO or like lead director of Guerrilla Games. So they help a lot with this game. So he made a cameo. So yeah, after like this point, you've already connected like the engineer and like a couple other people. So now you're able to make it to distribution center south of Lake Knot City, which is like I guess like the halfway point to South Knot City. So you get to this distribution center. This is kind of just like bog standard gameplay, nothing really to note there. And Sam goes to his private room, goes to sleep, wakes up, and there's a naked woman in his shower when he wakes up. He's like, that's kind of weird. Yes.
Does he ever fall asleep in his private room and not wake up to someone else invading it?
I mean, I guess technically you can go to sleep like when you're just doing like side quests and like random missions and stuff and nothing happens. But yeah, pretty much every time he goes to sleep, like in the main story, he either has like a weird fucked up dream or he wakes up to like somebody immediately talking at him or like some other thing goes on. Like sleeping is kind of just their way to like transition between plot points, I guess. So he sleeps a lot in this game. But yeah, so Fragile was the woman in the shower, and kind of skipped over a lot of this, but basically, like, as you were going through the central region talking to these preppers. Some of them like said some things about Fragile. They were like, "Oh, I can't believe you're working with her. Isn't she kind of sketchy? Don't you know what she did?" And so Sam, yes.
What exactly makes someone a prepper? Like, what's that role entail?
It's basically just someone who like goes like solo, like builds themselves like a little hut and like hoards like materials and stuff so that they're completely self-sufficient. So like most people in this world live in these not cities, like underground cities and stuff. But these people just kind of like went off the grid on their own, and that's like they're preppers because they like prepped all this stuff and like hoarded all these resources so that they don't need to be in a city. They can just be like out in like the middle of nowhere and like be by themselves.
And they're the cameo characters that you do all the like side deliveries for?
Most of them, yes.
Okay.
So some of the cameos are just like, somebody runs like a farm or a distribution center that, isn't necessarily like a prepper area, but yeah. Especially in the central and the western regions, there's like a lot of preppers. Like people in the central region really don't fuck with other people.
Are the cities called knots because that's how you would connect two ropes together?
Absolutely. But yeah, so Sam kind of asks Fragile, like, hey, I've been hearing these like sketchy things about you. I kind of want to ask you, like, what's up with that? She's in bed with terrorists. Don't trust her. And so Fragile kind of is like forced to give away a little bit of her backstory. We don't get the whole thing. She says, what does America mean to you? To me, it was this dream that me and my father had to like connect the entire country together with our porter service. Making deliveries, connecting people together. But her father died, and so she was kind of a wreck. And Higgs came in her time of like distress or whatever, and offered her a partnership. They partner together. They kind of like make a monopoly over like the central region. But then he betrays her. She hijacks the Fragile Express system and kind of like hack into her security so that they're not able to tell like what exactly they're transporting. Because you might notice like all the like cargo things that Sam like carries is just like closed briefcases, so you can't really see inside them. You just have to like trust the label that you're transporting what you think you're transporting. And Higgs basically like hacked into their system so that they were able to like print fake labels and stuff, so that they could like basically transport whatever they wanted. And she says, before we know it, we're delivering guns and bombs instead of medicine, and they had no idea because Higgs just like completely went under her nose. Very quickly ramps up. She says, on top of that, he got his hands on an old school nuke that I ended up carrying right into Middle Knot City. So that's the big beef she has, is that Higgs made her literally blow up an entire city with a nuclear weapon. She says he actually tried it again with South Knot City, but she did everything in her power to stop it from being destroyed. And she says, I really want my revenge on Higgs, and I'm not about to let him, like, just trounce over my father's legacy and, like, destroy everything that we built. So she pleads again with Sam to, like, help her out and, like, go after Higgs. I kind of think Sam is just, like, cool anyways. A big thing about, like, pretty much all of these cutscenes is that Sam says almost nothing. Done all of them. Like, the amount of words that Sam says in this entire game could probably be put on, like, a few pages. So, like, every cutscene, the, like, characters, like, really bare their soul at Sam at. He's just, like, silently watching them and, like, not saying anything. He's, like, very antisocial, I guess. Your next destination is the weather station to the southwest. Again, not really too much to say there. You meet Alex Weatherstone because he runs the weather station, so he's Weatherstone. Yeah, not too much there. Then your next stop is the Timefall Farm, which is there's nothing too much of note here. This kind of leg of the journey, I think, is where you meet a lot of the secondary enemies of this game. I don't think I have a slide for them, but they're called mules. They're basically like real people. They're not BTs, but they're just like rogue couriers that basically this universe's equivalent of like Twitter clout chasers. so they're porters just like Sam, who got like addicted to the dopamine of like a job well done. So like they literally have like gotten addicted to like the feeling of like people thanking them and like making them feel good for like doing a good job, to the point that they've now created like these gangs that like scan for like independent porters and like steal their cargo so that they can then deliver that cargo and get the credit for it. So like besides BTs, that's like your main other like enemy you fight. You have to be careful because they have like scanners and stuff that like scan your cargo and they'll like go after you. But Sam is like pretty good with his fists, so you can usually just like beat the shit out of them and like take their stuff. Yes.
What do they farm at the Timefall Farm?
I don't know if it's ever. I mean, I think it's just like general crops. I think you see like wheat fields and stuff. The idea, I think, is that they maybe like control the timefall somehow, so that they can like create crops very quickly.
Okay.
Yeah. So like you see that the grass was able to grow like from life to death to life again in like a few seconds. I think they do that with like regular crops, so that they can like feed the whole country with like very little resources. One of the other stations you go to is the film director in this region. I don't actually remember when in the story. This might be a little out of order, but this guy is called Jordan Roberts. I probably got that wrong, but he's like a film director. He's made a few famous movies. I don't remember what they are right now, but he is actually working presumably on a Metal Gear Solid movie right now. So that's kind of why he was invited, yes.
But if Kojima Productions doesn't own Metal Gear Solid, that Konami does, right? So
yeah.
Doesn't that mean he's working with the people who treated Kojima like terribly and fired him?
Yeah, well, I think the Metal Gear Solid movie was started maybe before that happened.
Okay, so they might still be cool.
Yeah. I think they're still cool. Presumably Kojima kind of recognizes that, like, even though Konami was kind of shit, like, probably this guy's, like, under contract or something, so he still has to make the movie. I don't know. I don't even know if the movie's really still in production. We haven't heard a lot from it. We've heard, like, some casting announcements and stuff, but we've never seen any, like, notice that they're actually filming or anything like that yet. Yes.
If the movie did come out, do you think Kojima would go and see it because he's so invested in the story of Solid Snake? Or would he not see it because the money would go to his hated bosses?
That's a good question. I feel like he would probably see it just out of curiosity. But I don't know for sure. This is another cameo, Conan O'Brien. So Conan O'Brien is actually hanging out with an NPC called the Cosplayer. So she's like a seamstress or whatever. And I don't actually have a picture. Maybe it'll show up in another screenshot or something. But Conan gives Sam like this cute little like stuffed otter hat. Like this is very like out of character like otter hat. Makes you swim faster in water. But it's like this whole scene is like pretty funny because Conan like is doing his Conan personality and like trying to do like stand-up comedy and stuff and like cracking jokes, and Sam just like says nothing, like no reaction whatsoever, and Conan just gets like increasingly like distraught over it. He's like, why are you not laughing? Yes.
Is the character's name also Conan O'Brien? Because I noticed there isn't one on screen.
Oh no, I just don't think I captured it. I think it's called just like the Wanderer or something, like just I don't remember exactly, but no, it's not like in universe Conan. Yes.
You said the otter hat makes him swim faster. Do like all their cosmetics also like have different effects on Sam?
I think there are a few. I don't think the majority of them have effects. Like the different colored like hats and goggles and stuff are just cosmetic. They don't do anything. And I can't actually think of any off the bat that actually do anything besides this one. But yeah, there's like, I said like the exoskeletons and stuff you could get later that like actually do things. This guy's another cameo. This is a film director, Edgar Wright. I think he made like Shaun of the Dead was his big thing. Also presumably friends with Kojima. And so finally, you've connected all these regions together, so you can. For some reason, you have to like teleport all the way back to Lake Knot City, and like make a delivery all the way down to South Knot City, and you can't teleport with your cargo, so you actually have to walk this whole distance. Yes.
Why can't you teleport with your cargo?
Hand waved away. Just like I think they just wanted you to have to have some gameplay in there somewhere, because you ain't got nothing else to do. So you have to start walking. So this is in Lake Knot City. You're getting your shipment to go to South Knot City. So he goes up to the terminal to get his cargo, and this kind of shady character comes by. He's like, Sam Bridges. He says, one of the packages wasn't processed properly, got left out of the order. Careful, the contents are fragile. And you might recognize this character from a previous slide, but at this point in the game, like in-universe game, you're not really meant to know who this is. Sam certainly doesn't recognize him, but it doesn't take long for the reveal to come. So Sam picks it up. There's no actual like indication like in story-wise what this is, but if you go to your inventory and like read the descriptions, you see that this package is actually a small thermonuclear weapon. And as you're walking around, it actually like glows ominously red and stuff. So this description says, fragile, it needs to take a look at this. And she's, I think, in like the distribution center, like midway between. So your goal here is to like take that over to Fragile. Yes.
Didn't Fragile just get done warning him about sketchy packages that might be nuclear bombs?
Yes. Sam is kind of oblivious. Yes.
It says on the description that the countdown timer will start as soon as it is separated from Sam. Is there a threat that if you get your package knocked off you, like it happens in the game, you can have a thermonuclear blast happen out in the field?
I don't remember exactly if that's actually a mechanic. I wouldn't be surprised. I think probably, yeah. If like you get knocked over, the countdown starts. Yes.
It says there at the bottom, previous owners Fragile and 4 others. Are they implying that this is the same nuclear bomb that Fragile delivered and blew up? It's reusable?
No, it is not the same one. I guess maybe the implication is that Higgs, because the terrorists are behind it, putting out, whatever, but Higgs maybe, took a case from, another shipment that had, Fragile and 4 other people's names on it, and, stuck the nuke in there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I presume that's the idea behind it. So he's a sleepy boy. This is when you get to the distribution center where Fragile is. Because the gameplay segment of this isn't really anything special, besides the fact that you have a new gun and you have to be kind of careful, but it's just more walking, really. But he gets there and he sleeps. Instead of dreaming of Amelie, it pretty much immediately reveals who this shady guy is. So I don't know why they really kept it a secret. He puts his finger up and he puts the Higgs mask on, revealing that the shady guy was Higgs. And Sam realizes it when he wakes up, and of course Fragile is already there. And Fragile says, I wasn't expecting a package, what are you talking about, Sam? I don't know what this package is. It's a nuke. It kind of looks comically, cartoonish. I don't know if that's what nukes actually look like. But she says, the only way we can get rid of this nuke is to take it down to the crater next to South Knot. There's a big tar pit which is a thing that happens a lot when like these like BT explosions happen. Is like tar kind of bubbles up out of the earth, and that tar can like pretty much like take anything inside it and just like completely cover it up. Yes.
Could she teleport it away also?
She could teleport it with a person, but she can't teleport like inanimate objects by themselves.
But she could like grab it, take it somewhere, toss it in the water, and then go back.
Yes, and I don't know why she does it. Presumably to give Sam something to do.
She needs more work.
Let's see. So it's another gameplay segment. I think the countdown is actually starting at this point, so it wasn't running by default, I think, when you were taking it to Fragile. But I guess because they opened it in that private room, the countdown started for like in-universe for real. So you have like 20 minutes, I think, to get down to South Knot, which is like a very easy time to meet. Like you see the streamer got there in like six minutes. So it's very like not a challenge at all. But you reach this tar pit and Sam like just chucks it in. And it explodes in the middle of the tar pit and day is saved. It kind of seems like a small explosion for a nuke. I don't know if that's accurate. And he and Fragile kind of like just celebrate together. But Fragile isn't like super happy. She's like kind of like still upset a little bit, and Sam's kind of confused why. So Yuki asks her, you know, like what actually happened to you? Surely there's like more going on here. You know, tell me about yourself a little bit more. And so this is where we get like the full Fragile backstory. She says, by the time I realized what Higgs was planning, the nuke was already at the city gates. And this is talking about South Knot City. So this was after she like inadvertently blew up Middle Knot City. Higgs tried the same thing again at South Knot City, but she caught on to him and like knew like the nuke was there, so she tried to stop it. She followed the delivery truck and somehow managed to like get the nuke out of the city. But Higgs caught her before she could like throw it into the tar pit. While she still had the nuke on her. And she says, as punishment, he strips me down and makes it rain for the timefall. Higgs says this line, you know, do you want to live out your days as damaged goods, or would you rather take the damage for the goods? Which, I'll be honest, kind of sounds like the same thing. And I think like both end up happening to her, so like it's kind of a weird phrased line for him. And he says, you know, I'll actually let you take the nuke into the tar pit and like save the city, but you have to walk through the timefall naked to do it. And he says, this is when he puts the mask over her face. So like you asked earlier, Reed, like this is why her face is completely fine, is that he hid it. She asked him, you know, why did you betray me? Why are you doing this? And Higgs says, because I found someone who completes me. Basically, I don't need you, Fragile, anymore. I found someone better. And like he puts the mask over because he wants like that face of hers to be like recognizable, and for people to like be able to like hunt her down and like know that she is the one who did this. Fragile says, you know, she steals herself. She's like, I'll take the damage and the goods. She like repeats this self over to herself like over and over again. I don't break that easy, she says. Because I'm fragile, but I'm not that. Which actually this phrase has like several meanings or whatever that you can kind of take away from it. But she starts running. It's like this really cool like slow-mo shot of her running with the bomb. You could see like as the rainfall comes on her, like her skin just gets really fucked up and wrinkly, like really quickly. She slips and falls in the dirt, like gets like scraped up and stuff. Just like continues to just like get super soaked. But she gets herself back up, steals herself again, and runs over to the tar pit with this kind of like dramatic shot of herself. And that is her backstory. That is how she like got timefall and stuff. Yes.
So all that timefall rain landing on her didn't just kill her?
Timefall works like a little strangely. Like you would think because like one drop of it is enough to make your skin like instantly like wrinkly, is that getting soaked would kill you. But it takes like a surprisingly long amount of time for that to happen. I think you have to stay out there for like a while before it kills you. Like the time scale there is kind of whatever makes the most dramatic effect, I guess. So Sam hears this and he actually has like a lot of respect for her. He's like, you actually are a hero. But Fragile says, no, I'm not a hero. I actually regret that choice every single day. I wish I hadn't done it. All I had to do was teleport, and I could have saved myself. So she's not happy about it. She kind of just like reiterates like, she's gonna make Higgs regret everything. She really wants to get back at him, and she's gonna do whatever it takes to do that. So she kind of offers, I don't know if I've talked about this before, but these like little bugs she eats, these little like grub things, maggot looking things. These are called like cryptobiotes, I think. And she's been like eating them like in most of the scenes she's in, because like when you eat one of these, it like it raises your blood levels. I think is the explanation they give, and so that kind of like refreshes her after she makes these like beach jumps and stuff. Is it kind of like wears her out, but she eats these to like get her energy back. And she like over the course of this game, she's offered these bugs to Sam a few times, and he's never taken it. He's like, "Oh, this is kind of gross. I don't want that." But this is the first time he actually takes the bug, and you can tell she's very cheesed about it. She's like, "Hell yeah, we're friends now." But like it's right back to business. She's like, don't forget about the cargo you were supposed to take to South Knot. Like the real cargo, not the nuke. So Sam does, yes.
Is her umbrella decorative, or does she expect to be able to block the timefall with all those gaps?
I think it's probably decorative. I think it maybe helps facilitate like her jumps sometimes, because it kind of like vibrates sometimes when she uses her power. But yeah, I think it's got too many holes to test everything. But yeah, Sam runs over to South Knot City. And this, so this is the canteen. I think you actually get this from like the beginning of the game, but like, I don't know. This was like just what I thought would be good for it. So this is how monster energy is made in this universe. You have this canteen that collects the timefall, and the bullshit reason they give is that it is filtered through energy particles, and that turns rainwater into monster energy. So basically, as you're like running around through these BT zones, like you just like collect the rainwater and basically get infinite monster energy like while you're out in the field. So like it kind of helps you because the stuff you drink in your private room eventually wears off. So this is how you can like top up your stamina and stuff. Yes.
Is this monster carbonated or flat?
I would hope the energy particles would add some bubbles to it, but well, I don't know. So this is the state of like the chiral map, I guess. So we made it all the way to South Knot City. Pretty good progress so far. So Sam goes to sleep as usual in the South Knot. He goes outside though, and there's this storm happening. No one's ever seen anything like this. Sam's like, what the fuck is this? And it's so strong he has to like swiped off his feet and like carried away into the air. And this starts what is I guess one of several combat sections in this game. Sam kind of wakes up in this battlefield, this like trench warfare area. These like BT soldiers come out of the tar, followed by this man like kind of controlling them. It's kind of like this really cool scene where he like falls over, like finds this like baby doll in the tar. He stands up and you can see that he has the same like C-section scar that Sam has. That's kind of weird. We don't really know why that's happening. And this is the introduction of Combat Veteran. played by Mads Mikkelsen, which is might have been hard to recognize, but this is the same man that's been in like the flashbacks when like Sam like hooks up to BB, and we get those like little like 2-second flashes. This is the same guy. This starts episode 4, Unger. And to talk a little bit very briefly about Mads Mikkelsen, who plays combat veteran, Danish actor, pretty famous now. I don't think he was like not very well known in America for a while, but he's gotten some big roles recently. He was in Casino Royale as the main villain, James Bond, Hannibal as Hannibal, probably one of his like bigger roles. You might know him from Rogue One as the like father of that main girl in that movie. He was in Doctor Strange, and he was also the replacement for Johnny Depp in Fantastic Beasts 3 as Grindelwald. So yeah, he and Kojima are probably like the closest, like, I guess besides Del Toro, they're like the closest like members of the team. Basically, like anytime like Mads Mikkelsen like has a new project or a new movie, you could go on Kojima's Twitter and he's like fanboying about it and like talking about like how beautiful Mads Mikkelsen is in the trailer. And like he literally like goes in and like dissects each like shot and is like, oh, he looks so good in this scene. Like I can't believe it. Like, he like really fanboys hard over him. It's pretty funny. But yeah, so this starts the first combat section. It's kind of based around World War One. So Sam is like trying to traverse this like war zone. So how these sections are like structured gameplay wise is that you have that scene of the soldiers coming out, and Sam has to like first navigate the battlefield, like dealing with these like infantry soldiers, trying to find where combat veteran is, because he's like hold himself up in a certain part of the war zone, and you have to go find him. And you're like, BB helps you with that because it kind of points to where he is. So you have to like follow the trail. So Sam gets close to him. He starts having this like headache, and he finds combat veteran kind of strung up in barbed wire in this trench. This is a cool shot. He manifests this like gun. I don't know if this is an actual gun or not. Maybe Richard does. I don't know. But yeah, it's pretty cool. And this starts like a combat section, like boss fight with combat veteran himself. It's like pretty different gameplay. So it's like actual like third-person shooter gameplay. Like very, very different from just like the walking simulator stuff we've done so far. Like you get an actual like assault rifle. Yes.
Do you know if combat veteran is just what they call him, or if that's like his legal name?
It is not his legal name.
Okay.
We will learn his legal name later.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
Do you still have to balance in the middle of this combat section?
Yes. So like this backpack here is probably very unwieldy here. Although usually in these sections you're not carrying like real cargo, you're just carrying like grenades and a gun and like maybe some like health packs or something like that. So usually your backpack doesn't look like this. It's just like a few things usually, so it's not too bad. But yeah, so this boss fight is kind of tricky a little bit because he like ducks and hides behind the trench corners. And I mean, honestly, I think they did a pretty good job of like representing like trench warfare here. You really have to like sneak up on him from behind and like follow him around, and it's kind of cool. But eventually, you shoot him enough times, he kind of falls over. And he grabs towards your BB. So basically this whole time in this boss fight too, he's like making these comments. He's like, give me back my BB. Where's my BB? I want my BB. Things like that. So he's kind of going after your baby right here. Then they kind of like wrestle over the baby, of course, because Sam doesn't want to give it up. And like in the middle of the wrestling, they kind of have like a bro hug. I think just kind of on accident. But that like connection between them, I guess, gives Sam another flashback. of combat veteran, as we know him, kind of walking again, like alarms are going off. He's like, don't worry, BB, I'll protect you and stuff. We don't really know what's happening, but seems like some deep shit is happening here. But that's all we get. Sam wakes up, covered in blood, from like his. I think it's been like implied he's like going to like a different dimension and stuff. So he kind of like gets spat out here. Yes.
I have questions about Sam sleeping with these visions. So, at every city he goes to where he goes to sleep, is there like a complete recreation of the same room he had back in, what was it called? Capital Knot City?
Yes.
With all the monster energy and like sweat collection and everything?
Yes.
Okay.
I guess they have a very big budget. Like it's even down to like he collects like these little like figurines and stuff of like enemies you fight. Like all of those are the same between all the different.
Okay, good.
No explanation why. It's just kind of a thing. So he's talking to this voice. I think is actually Mama. So the kind of engineer and developer behind the anti-BT weapons. She talks to him and she's like, Sam, you said you've been gone for hours, but it's only been like a second. What are you talking about? So that's kind of mysterious. She says, I actually want to like hear more about what just happened to you. Can you stop by my lab and we can talk about it? And her lab, I think, is like very actually close to South Knot City. So like that's like South Knot City is kind of like where her face is right there. So it's like a very short walk, like northwest, to get to her lab. He gets there and immediately his like BT sensor starts going nuts. He's like, oh shit, what's happening? This invisible baby is floating up in the ceiling. And he's like, it's gonna get me, watch out. What is this? Hold his breath. Mama comes in and says, don't worry, Sam, she doesn't bite. And this is the introduction of Mama. And that starts episode 5, Mama. Played by Margaret Qualley, American actress / model. Not known for too much, except that she does a role in Light Turner's Death Note as Mia. And she was also in this like Netflix show Made. Don't know anything about that. So yeah, pretty unknown. And she says, that invisible baby up on the ceiling is my daughter. And she says, don't worry, she's only connected to me, she's not going to hurt you, she's not like other BTs. I think she says a little bit more about like her situation, but it'll be said again later, so I just skipped it. She says, part of the reason why like that storm happened and like the BTs have kind of been getting worse is that the Cupid that you've been using was actually defective. And has been like setting up like a shitty chiral network that like goes haywire and stuff. Like the more stations you set up, like the worse things get. So we need to have this new Cupid that has like a limiter on it that doesn't have that problem. Don't know why they gave him the shitty one to begin with. Seems kind of like a big deal. But she says, I have this ready to go. I'll give it to you. But she said actually the finished or the updated version isn't finished yet, and we need another engineer named Lochner to finish it because I'm the hardware person, but she's the software person, and we need to like upgrade the firmware on it, I guess, to like completely work. And she came with like the original expedition to Bridges 1. I think she said she's in Mountain Knot City, which is just like a little bit west over the mountains. And like pretty much like unprompted, I feel like Sam says, I really want to know what the hell is up with this baby you have. Can you please tell me what happened with it? And so we get like a little bit of her backstory. It's not the full thing. Mama says she was due in the hospital waiting a C-section to like give like real birth to her, but the terrorists hit and like blew up the hospital she was in. So she was trapped underneath the rubble, and she actually gave birth in the rubble, like waiting for help. And you could see because it was like such a shitty situation, the baby like pretty much immediately died. Because I guess, not a great ideal place to have a baby. But her life was the price Mama had to pay to survive because the BT started crying and alerted rescuers to her position. I guess it's not really explained why exactly the baby turned into a BT and not just like go necro and explode. But it did. It turned into like this weird like half BT thing. It started crying and like other people could hear it. And like ever since they've been connected. And that's pretty much it. She's like, yeah, that's my story. And said like, cool, thanks for telling me. So this begins the trek to Mountain Knot. And you'll notice Mountain Knot isn't actually that far from like the distribution center. But for some reason it makes you go like all the way around the range. Which doesn't make sense when you see like how like agile like Sam is and stuff, and like all the shit he can climb. He can absolutely just climb over that mountain. He doesn't need to detour. Yes.
So at all of these stops in that line along the way, is he still plugging in the defective Cupid to make a connection, even though it's crappier than the one they want to make?
Yes. Well, because I think the like hand wave explanation is that once they get the new one and like connect it to Mountain Knot, it'll like travel down the network and like retroactively like fix the network.
Okay.
So like slowly over time. But yeah. But yeah, so you have to like do like 3 times the distance you should have to go to get to Mountain Knot. At some point Sam goes to sleep again because of course he does. Wakes up on the beach. Finds the BB again. This is like the scene that was in a lot of the trailers. So you guys might have seen this. Where he like holds up the BB and like starts crying and stuff. Amelie shows up and like tries to like reach her hands out for the baby, but it turns into like the fucked up like baby doll that's in the combat veteran sections, and like Sam gets freaked out about it. Higgs shows up for some reason in this sequence, like right behind Amelie as she's like reaching for the baby, and he gets this knife out. And takes it to her neck. And you'll notice another weird thing about this scene is like, Amelie, I wouldn't say she's cheesed, but she's not exactly like in distress. She seems just kind of like neutral to what's happening. So that's kind of weird. You'd think she'd be like more in distress. He takes the necklace that she was wearing. So from this point on, Higgs actually wears the necklace. Yes.
So how can Higgs be stopped now that he has the power of friendship?
Maybe Sam's friendship is stronger. Yes.
So he just got the knife and cut the necklace off. That's all.
No, he did actually like stab it into her.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
So does he have the necklace in real life or just in the dream sequences?
In real life as well. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is Amelie dead in real life now?
That's a very complicated question. But for now, I guess I'll just say like a lot of the stuff in the beach is kind of just like dream sequence kind of stuff. So like maybe it's real, maybe it's like it's kind of that murky situation. But yeah, the question of whether Amelie is alive right now or not is very, very complicated. So Sam wakes up and Amelie, even though she was just in the dream, she also ambushes him in real life with like her hologram. She says Higgs and his people came and actually like took over Edge Knot City, like even more like destroyed a lot of Edge Knot City. So before she was kind of just bullying there, like it was like it was kind of a normal city. She couldn't leave, but she could do like pretty much whatever she wanted. Now Higgs has like destroyed the city. So she's had to like go even deeper into hiding and is like kind of in like a lot of trouble. So she says, this might be our last chance to talk like this. I don't know if I'll be able to talk to you via hologram anymore, which I think that's not true at all. I think she just continues talking to him throughout the game. She says, promise me you'll keep going. It's our only hope. And Sam says, Amelie, your keeper, your necklace, where is it? He actually says this a couple times to Amelie, but the weird thing about this scene is that she kind of just talks at him. So he asks her where her necklace is, and she doesn't even seem to recognize that he asked anything. Like, she just keeps talking. Like, it kind of sounds like a scripted conversation. Like, she just keeps going on, doesn't even recognize, really, that he's talking to her. She says, the usual, I'll be waiting for you on the beach. So Sam makes it up the mountain. This is, like, kind of after you go around the detour, going up the mountain. And this place sucks, because, like, all this snow is timefall snow. So it's cold rain, like, timefall rain. And so, like, walking through it degrades all of your cargo and equipment and stuff, and, like, makes it deteriorate. Yes.
Why does it degrade the cargo? I thought it only degraded living things.
Actually, yeah, that's a good question. Because usually it doesn't degrade, like, organic things. Like, it doesn't degrade the buildings and stuff too much, but it does degrade your cargo very quickly. Maybe that's just a gameplay thing. Yeah. So he makes it to Mountain Nut City, and the person there is actually, like, very hostile towards him. She's like, fuck off, we don't want to be a part of the UCA at all. Just go back home, we don't want you here. But Sam makes the connection. He's like, that voice sounds really familiar. Is that you, Mama? Who are you? So, kind of a jump here. Sam, like, stops talking to her, and he's like, okay, well, she sounds kind of like Mama. Maybe I need to return back to Mama to, like, figure out how I can make her, like, not hostile to me and want to be my friend. So he goes all the way back. I think he just teleports to Mama's lab again. And by this point, Mama's actually been working on something. She says, these are your new cufflinks, the, like, handcuff thing he has. She's actually turned it into a, like, blade. So that, like, gold part there is, like, metal infused with Sam's blood. So you can now use it to, like, cut the umbilical cords of the BTs and just, like, one shot kill them. But you have to get close, like, you have to stealth up to them and, like, they can't notice you. But it's still a pretty good weapon. Very effective in, like, normal gameplay and stuff. But she says, Sam, I want you to try this out. Let's do a test about it. Cut the cord connecting me and my baby. Set us free. And then she drops the twist that the baby isn't actually her daughter after all. Although she kind of is still. I think I might have a couple slides going about it again, but it's like a thing with her and Lochner, the person in Mountain Knot City that hated us. That's Lochner, like the software engineer. Maybe I... Okay, I'll just go over it now. I think I might have accidentally deleted some slides. But she says she's not really my daughter, and the reason why she's not her daughter is because she has problems with her ovaries, and Lochner has problems with her uterus, so neither of them can have children. But she took Lochner's, like, eggs and her husband's, like, sperm donor or whatever, and was, like, their surrogate mother, because they both wanted to have, like, a child together. So she carried the baby to term, but it's not actually, like, genetically her daughter. So, like, it's kind of a weird thing where, I guess I didn't mention, her and Lochner are twin sisters. That's why they sound the same, yes.
Even so, why does she want her sister's baby, who is very much, like, tried to save her life many times, why does she want it dead now?
Because, there's this whole thing where she's not able to leave this lab because I guess the BT has some kind of, like, connection to this place. So I think, it's not really super explained, but I think bad things would happen if she ever left. And she wants to reconnect with her twin sister because she was never able to tell her twin sister what happened. And there's some, like, tension between them now, and she, like, really wants to see her twin sister again. So she's like, the only way I can do that is by getting rid of this baby. She's like, yeah, Lochner needs to know. She needs to know that this baby exists, because Lochner has no idea that this like, BT baby even exists. Which is a little bit of a plot hole because they could absolutely send like holograms to each other. Like, it's never explained why they don't. But somehow, like, she just never told Lochna anything about what happened. Yes.
She thinks Lochna will be okay reconnecting when the first thing she tells her is, "I had Norman Reedus kill your child."
I mean, I guess technically the child was already dead. Like half dead, I guess you could say. But yeah, she says, you know, to reconnect with my sister, I have to cut some ties. You know, you can't be tied to everything. And there's this really funny, like, scene where it's like, press square to cut an umbilical cord. And you can see the, like, handcuff blade thing that's, like, infused with his blood there. And she, like, kind of falls over once the deed is done, and she's like, take me home, take me to my sister. I want to see her. You put her in the dumb body bag. And climbing up the mountain with, like, this unwieldy body bag on you is, like, really a hassle. It sucks. But before you even make it out of, like, the, like, distribution center or whatever, the Mama Lab, Higgs surprises you. Honestly, I think there's not really a purpose to this besides they wanted to have a boss fight. Higgs is kind of just here to fuck with you. Like, he doesn't actually try too hard. He summons this, like, lion BT creature. He's like, yeah, to make it out alive, all you have to do is not be eaten. Oh. So, yeah, you can see how quick it was. I like, skipped the whole boss fight because it's not really a boss fight. You don't actually fight it, you just run away. And, like, Higgs doesn't make any attempt to, like, come after you or, like, continue the chase. He's just like, mission accomplished, I fucked with Sam a little bit. So, you make it to Mountain Knot City and you meet Lochna, like, in person. She's not just a hologram, she, like, comes out from the underground. And you, reveal, like, Mama out of the body bag. And inexplicably, like, it's supposed to be a happy reunion, but, like, pretty quickly Mama just dies. Yes.
From what?
It's kind of implied that, like, because of the whole, like, baby BT thing, Mama actually died under the rubble while she was giving birth. But the BT baby kind of, like, kept her connection to the world of the living just enough so that she could, like, still be around. I think it said, like, her soul maybe, like, went to the beach, but her body stayed behind. Which is a thing, like, people's, like, body and soul can be separated in this world. And because, like, the baby was keeping her connected to this world, when you cut it, she's, like, pretty immediately just going back to death, yes.
So if her soul was in the beach, why was she not just, like, a zombie mindless?
For some reason, bodies can, like, continue to function without a soul. Not really explained why or how. Just, yeah. Yes.
So you dragged her living body all the way here over the mountain, and now that she's dead, you're gonna have to drag her dead body all the way to an incinerator, probably over another mountain?
You'll see what we do with your body.
Oh, okay.
It does involve going over some mountains, though, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, there's, like, this, like, tear-jerking moment, you know, where Lochna finally meets her sister after so long, only for her to immediately die. And Lochna, also played by Margaret Qualley, of course, she's like, you know, I had no idea all that she went through. She says, I thought she severed our bond on purpose, that she took my child and ran away. And this is, like, a little, like, minor detail where, like, because they're twin sisters, they could telepathically talk to each other beforehand. But when the baby, like, BT thing happened, that bond was, like, severed. Yes.
Lochna never found out about the maternity ward getting exploded by Higgs?
Presumably not. Again, it's very, like, bullshit, like, how they, like, Lochna never found out about anything. I realize she's on, like, another side of the mountain, but, like, they have the holograms, they have couriers that could just send letters. Like, there's no excuse for this to have happened, but yeah, there's this whole thing where she's like, you know, I recognize now that, like, my sister didn't run away. She takes a second also to look at the Cupid because she's, like, the software person who's supposed to finish it. She's like, you know, I took a look at it. It looks like someone kind of tampered with my code. It's not the same code I had written, so that's a little sus. Don't know what's up with that. But Sam uses the Cupid. There's always like this cutscene every time you go where like Sam puts the Cupid in this terminal and like connects it. As soon as he does this, Locke grows this like a hologram like arm out of her shoulder, and she says, "We are whole again." And there's this really kind of creepy scene where she like holds her face with both arms. The arms kind of seeming like they're operating like independently of each other. So that's kind of weird. It might be a little hard to see, but she actually has heterochromia now. So what has happened in this scene? Why she has the hologram arm and why she does this like creepy thing with her arms is that Mama's soul, now that they've connected this chiral network, is able to travel back from the beach and like interconnect with Loch Ness soul. And so now they're like two souls in one body. So they like talk to each other with like the same voice and everything. This is like, I guess they're the only people who are able to do this. I guess because they're twin sisters, they share some like special bond. But yeah, from now on, like Mama isn't gone from the game. She still talks, but it's just in like Loch Ness body. So Sam goes back to his private room and kind of hangs out for a little bit, and Deadman comes in and says, "Your BB has a serious issue." Yes.
Is that a hologram of Deadman, or has he also traveled all the way to Mountain Knot City?
No, he barely travels. Wait, yeah, he barely travels at all, so he's just a hologram.
Okay.
Yeah. Although that might change later, so. Episode 6, Deadman. So that starts. How am I doing on time, by the way?
It is 11:38.
Okay. He says, BB-28 here has been leading further to the world of the living, and that's not good because it needs to be like perfectly in balance between life and death, or else it won't be able to do its job. It'll like have to be like decommissioned. And Sam is like, what are you doing to my baby? And he has to remind him that it's a tool and not a human being. The dead man said, yes.
Can the holograms hold things? Because he was just holding that baby.
Now that you mention it, this might actually be the real dead man. It's kind of hard to keep track sometimes because it's kind of hard to tell sometimes if they're holograms or whatever. But yeah, I guess this is the real dead man. I think it's kind of implied that Fragile was able to teleport like Bridges members and stuff.
Oh, okay.
So that might be what's happening here. I don't know how much she's doing it at this point in the story, but maybe that's what she did. So Deadman is like, we're gonna have to perform maintenance on your BB, but doing so will erase like the bond you have between you and your BB. And Sam says, erase? Lou will forgive me? And this is the first time the name Lou is mentioned. Just out of nowhere, Sam gives this baby a name, Lou. And this is kind of like the start where Sam starts to get like really attached to this baby. Deadman says, you just have to trust me, come on. But he wrestles it out of Sam's hand, and BB fucking pisses on his face. Yes.
Is the pee traveling through that container?
I think there's like a little valve on the opening or whatever that like the fluid gushes out of. But Deadman is now soaked in bug baby piss or like amniotic fluid or whatever that is. So he goes to take a shower, but he doesn't take his clothes off, so he kind of just awkwardly stands there and waits for Sam. So you have to walk over there and join him in the shower. He says, "No one can spy on us here. This is a private shower. Die Hard Man cannot know of this." And he's been doing some digging into the first BB experiments. This will be explored a lot more later, but for now he has like this initial like working idea. Because originally it was thought that the BB experiments were done like a long time ago in Manhattan, New York, and there was like an accident there where one of the BBs like necrotized and exploded. and like wiped out the entirety of Manhattan. And after that, like the BB experiments like stopped. That's like the public knowledge version of it. But he did some digging and found out that the BB experiments like didn't actually stop, and they were like continued on by Bridget in secret. And that's kind of like where his investigation kind of stops. He doesn't know exactly like why or how, but he's starting to get like a little suspicious of Die Hardman and Bridget, because like why are they keeping secrets like this? We don't know. He's like, be careful, Sam. They're watching. He gets like really up close and personal with Sam. This whole cutscene is like very uncomfortable. Yes.
Isn't that kind of ironic since he put the tracking thing on his bracelet, so he's watching Sam at all times?
Yeah. Yeah. I guess it's implied that like Die Hardman and stuff too can also like see that data.
Okay.
So. But it's kind of back to like the usual gameplay stuff. Deadman says that in order to like help the maintenance of BB, we need a stronger chiral network here. So go around to all these preppers and connect them up, and it'll help your BB. But that means you have this like, well, that's getting a little ahead. But you have this like whole section where you have to connect up like 5 or 6 preppers without your BB. So you have to go through like these BT zones like without your sensor. And like it's kind of fucked actually. A little more like difficult challenge. Usually like if you get a game over, like this will probably be like the first area that happens in. But yeah, so this is eventually you connect up enough preppers, and Deadman says, okay, you've done a good enough job. The maintenance for BB is now over. Come meet me in this like shack, like distribution center on the mountain, and I'll give you your BB back. Sam does go there, but this supercell like storm is forming just like before, and so once again, Sam is sucked up, but also Deadman is sucked up with BB into this storm. And now begins the second combat veteran section. This time is World War II. You have this like shots of like tanks and stuff coming by. Again, don't really know if that's a real tank or not. Probably is. It's got like these like fleshy like creatures, riding on it and stuff. Deadman's here with the BB. He's like hiding out. Combat veteran shows up again in like the sewer tunnels area with these soldiers. There's this cool shot of him like taking off his mask. And there's another shot of the baby doll. He kind of like smiles because he really wants to get his BB. He can sense that it's here. He's like on the hunt. And this starts episode 7. Yes.
You have to fight a big red dog.
Sadly not. Did we want to take any kind of break? This is probably the halfway point. Not sure.
Okay. Yeah, we can take a break here.
Alright, so welcome back to part 2 of Future Stranded, Death Stranding lecture. Here we are at the beginning of episode 7, Clifford. So if you remember, we woke up in this World War II war zone. Just like before, Sam has to find a combat veteran here, like moving through the war zone. What's kind of cool about these different combat veteran sections is that they all play like a little bit differently. I mean, it's the same basic like shooter combat, but in World War I, you were in the trenches. Yes.
I will say you're right. That is a real tank.
Awesome. Do you know what tank it is?
Yeah, it looks like it's an M110. No, it's M36. So it's a Jackson. It's a tank destroyer.
Awesome. But yeah, so in the first section you were like in the trenches, like very confined spaces, and here it's a lot more open. Kind of things are kind of happening at all sides. It's a little bit different gameplay. It's much more just like kind of open ended kind of thing. You make your way to Deadman. I think somehow he's able to like call you and tell you like, oh, he's near a tower. Look for the tower, find me. So you find Deadman and he hands you your BB back. And And Sam says, the only way to get out of here is to find the combat veteran and take him down. Yes.
Why is Deadman here? I thought this was a place that Sam visits in his dreams.
So this is a place that Sam gets, sucked into when those, chiral storms happen.
Oh, okay.
And Deadman just happened to be there with the BB, because he was about to, give Sam his BB back after, the maintenance happened.
Mm-hmm.
So they just both happened to get, sucked up in there. So yeah, they're both trapped in here, and Sam says, the only way to take him down is to get out of here, to take him down. So it cuts to a shot of this ruined church in the middle of the city, where of course combat veteran is just like before in the barbed wire with the baby doll. He wakes up, manifests this gun, which I think is a different gun from before. Doesn't have the scope, the same kind of scope on it, I think. But he starts hunting you down again now that he's woken up, searching for his BB. He wants his BB back. So yeah. There's this whole section. You kind of fight him around that church that he woke up. And so he can kind of get the jump on you. If you're not careful, he can come up over a hill and get you and stuff. It's a little bit harder, I think, than the first one, just because things can come at you from all sides. But you eventually shoot him down just like before. He kind of collapses to the ground. He says, "This is all my fault." He kind of gets the strength back up again to stand back up and grabs at Sam, trying to get the BB back, and they kind of wrestle for a moment. They hug again, as per usual. And he kind of looks distraught. He has those black tears coming out. I think it's meant to be BT tar. Yes.
So has Sam gotten over his no touching people thing, or is it only for big moments like this and a couple of points?
Yeah, it's moments all of this is very involuntary on Sam's part. It's people forcing themselves on him, basically. So Sam, at least at this point, never willingly opens his arms and does that. But yeah, just like before, they hug, and that close connection to them, I guess, along with BB being there, is a flashback. Combat veterans there holding the BB. You're in the BB's perspective. It sounds like he's kind of holed himself up in some kind of room, and people are coming after him. They say, we have to breach, get the tools to bust in there so we can get him. That's kind of all we see. But because we defeated combat veterans, Sam and Deadman are able to leave the place, and Sam sees that, BB's back to him and pretty good to go. And Deadman figures out why Sam has suddenly been calling this baby Lou, and that was because Lou was the name Sam was going to give his own baby before it died. And Deadman says he kind of did some digging in the archives and found out Sam's backstory. So he kind of he tells Sam his own backstory, which is a little weird. He says, your wife suddenly died in the middle of her prime. It was kind of just a freak accident. She wasn't meant to die. She just kind of suddenly did. And nobody could get to her body until it was too late, and she caused a BT explosion. And she was, of course, pregnant at the time, so her unborn child died as well. In that last combat section, we actually got this dog tag from combat veteran, and we actually learned his real name. So it's Clifford Unger, hence the names of the previous episodes. And they do actually call him Cliff throughout the game at various points. So there's that. So you find out he fought in a couple of these engagements: Kosovo, Iraq, Afghanistan. No, neither of those are World War I or II. So it's kind of a mystery why you went to those two war zones and not any of these. And that's kind of the end of the conversation. Deadman just kind of tells you what he's learned so far, and Sam characteristically is indifferent. He's cool, thanks for telling me, I guess, I don't really care. So it's back to business. I think what your gameplay objective here now is like you need to kind of connect through the mountain range to get to I can't really read what that is, but that's Hartman's lab. Sorry, but there's like another like thing further down the mountain range that you need to get to, and Hartman will help you get it done. His lab is like in the middle of the mountain, so you need to go there first. And Sam and Lochner have this moment because Hartman actually requested that he wants to look at Mama's body because Mama's body has not started to go necro. It is completely the same as it was when she died a few days ago. Yes.
Why did they have the period where they were able to observe it not going necro and not just immediately try to get rid of it?
Good question. I never explained.
Cool.
You would think that would be a big deal, especially because I think they're in the mountains, so I'd imagine an incinerator would be far away and hard to get to, but they still need to try.
Gotcha.
Maybe it's because Lochner has Mama's soul in her, and Mama somehow knows she's special or something. I don't know. That might be an explanation. It's kind of just hand waved away. But anyways, Hartman wants to see Mama's body because it's special in some way. It isn't decomposing at all. It's not turning it into a BT. So you hike up the mountain. You eventually get to Hartman's lab with Mama's body in tow. You get there and he's conked out on the on the lounge. And there's this timer going in the corner. Basically, the instant you walk in until resuscitation. And as Sam is walking around this room, it's counting down in real time that counter, and when it reaches 0, you can see on the monitors cardiac arrest. So it's implied that Hartman is actually dead right now. He's experienced a heart attack, and he's just on the thing dead. But until resuscitation timer counts down to 0, and he jolts back to life. Because this box on his chest is a defibrillator that brings it back. So he wakes up, sees Sam's stupid hat and sunglasses, and this begins episode 8, Heartman. You suddenly caught me with my pants down. Yes.
Is his name Heartman because he has something going on with his heart?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So yeah, he wakes up, and then another timer takes its place in the bottom left that says, time until death. It starts at 21 minutes and starts ticking down. The entire time this cutscene I'm showing you is happening, that's ticking down in real time. And this cutscene that's happening is exactly 21 minutes long until, this happens. They talk for, a full 21 minutes. But to get a little bit about his actor, Nicholas Winding Refn, I guess. He is a film director, probably best known for the movie Drive, which was a 2010s Ryan Gosling film. Did a lot of stuff with Ryan Gosling actually. And some other things, Pusher, Neon Demon. And Kojima actually appears in one of his TV series as a cameo. So they kind of swap cameos in that way. But this is another character where the face is a famous guy, but then the voice is someone completely different. And he explains, of course, every character in this game, he just immediately explains his backstory. It stops every 21 minutes. I spend 3 minutes on the beach and then return. So he lives in between the real world and the beach. Every 21 minutes he literally dies, goes to the afterlife, spends 3 minutes there, and then comes back. Yes.
So I guess him dying eliminates the need for him to ever sleep, and is just constantly doing this.
He mentions that he does actually still need to sleep, and that it's very difficult because he can only sleep in 21-minute breaks. Yes.
Is this something he's done to himself intentionally, or is this just some condition he has that he found a way to undo every 3 minutes of death?
I think it's a mix of both. I think he has a condition well, he kind of made his condition worse intentionally, and then there's something happened to his heart, which we'll get to in a second, that I think influences his condition that he didn't choose.
Okay.
So it's like a mix of things. It's kind of hard to explain. It is also not super well explained, the technical details. But yeah, he says 60 opportunities to search the beach for my departed family. I think that's in a day. So 60 times every single day he goes to search the beach for his departed family. And he explains the reason why he's able to do this is because his beach is a special beach. And lets him connect to other beaches and search for other people on those beaches. This is kind of a little bit of a tangent. He says he's trying to hypothesize why the combat veteran battlefields appeared, and it says he thinks something with your BB mixing with the emotions of Clifford Unger, kind of with the chiral network strengthening its connection, kind of creates those. Something about Hartman is that he's got all these theories. Everything he says is a theory, and 99.999% of the time, it's not really a theory. It's just the truth. But you have to kind of puzzle out, is this actually true? What's going on? It's presented very vaguely. He never acts like he knows everything, but usually most of the time he is correct. And Sam asks, why is Clifford Unger showing up? Why is he coming after me? Hartman says, Higgs probably is involved with this, but we don't know. 21 minutes has passed, so of course he now dies. and passes out on this. And while he does that, Sam is free to just fuck around in his room. So you actually have to wait the 3 minutes. So you have to you just look around his room, you admire his DVD collection. He has fossils and stuff around. You literally just look around and examine things. Yes.
I know that on the UI you received 10 likes from Hartman. Did he do that before he died?
Probably no. I don't think so. I think he could somehow send them beyond the grave.
Cool.
Yes.
Is he an anime fan? Because those 20-minute episodes would actually be really convenient.
He probably is. We actually do get a shot of his DVD thing, and it's I'll go into it a little bit more, but there are some references and stuff there. I don't think there's any specific anime ones, but absolutely, I think you would watch anime. So yeah, the 3 minutes is up, and he resuscitates, and he basically just goes right back into what he was saying. But yeah, this is where you can see his his collection. It's really hard to see here, but there are references. I think there's one that's similar to Les Miserables and Dawn of the Dead, Evil Dead, things like that. Their names are changed to be Death Stranding related. So they change a couple words in the title to not be copyright or whatever. But if you actually look, I think there's lists online. You can see all the DVD references he has here. And he prefers things that are under 20 minutes so he can finish them before he dies again. He goes into greater detail about his backstory. Just kind of unprompted again, because characters love doing that here. He says he was in the ICU having heart surgery. His wife had to get some things from their house, which was a little further out, to collect some things while he was recovering. And then the terrorists struck and created a BT explosion where he was in where his wife and daughter had gone to his house, that city. They blew up that city, and the explosion knocked out the power at his hospital. Yes.
This isn't the same hospital where Mama was giving birth, right?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Because this hospital was mostly intact, just the power went out.
Okay.
Yeah. So the power went out and his life support failed, which was he had just had open heart surgery, so he was pretty reliant on that. So he dies when the power goes out. He wakes up on the beach, and something that's introduced here is the idea that if a lot of people die at once, they kind of go to the same beach. Like if they die at once with like really strong like emotions and stuff, like those emotions kind of draw them together in the same beach. So all these people are together. He sees his wife and daughter in the procession, kind of reaches out to them, but at this moment the backup generator at the hospital turns on his life support again. So he actually is starting to come back to life. Reaches out to them, but he starts to get dragged away out of the beach and away from them. And that was the last time he saw his family. And that's why he kind of continued the cycle. Because he said the backup generator kicked in exactly 21 minutes after he died originally. So I think that's kind of what started his condition. That was like the kind of the involuntary part, I guess. And then he continued it over and over again to go back to the beach to try to find them. So ever since then, I've walked the beaches of others trying to find his family. And the idea is that once he finds them, he'll like, I guess, kill himself for real and like go with them to the afterlife or whatever and like stay with them forever. And Sam is like, well, listen, I know you're about to like kill yourself again in like 5 minutes. Can you just stop with the backstory and tell me what to do? Like I don't care about any of this. And he says, you need to use the Cupid to help some scientists around here on the mountains to again extend the network, and also because these scientists might know some things about the Death Stranding, but because they've been like so isolated, we haven't really been able to get the knowledge out of them yet. So he says that they're researching material from before the Death Stranding. There's like a paleontologist and like a geologist and stuff there, so like really ancient stuff. And Hartman's interested in that. He thinks that might be the secret to Death Stranding, is like researching that ancient stuff. And then he passes out on the floor. And it's like it's a cool detail. Like his house is outfitted with like air mats on the floor, so that whenever he happens to die and he's not in that lounge chair, he's still safe. So Sam like just leaves. And this is, representation of like this leg of the journey. So you have those 3 scientists, and once you get those online, you'll be able to go to Chiral Relay down there. And once you get that online, you'll be able to connect to Edge City area. So you're getting close to the final like waypoints and stuff. So this is like a little bit of a time skip, I guess. Afterwards, this is kind of after you hook up those three guys. You go back to Hartman's lab. And he says, good job connecting those scientists. We've learned a lot about the Death Stranding because of the information those scientists had. And actually, at this point, he fakes his death, like fakes the log times on his like death timer, so that Bridges doesn't have a record of what they're about to say. I guess because they don't keep logs while he's dead. I guess is the idea. So he like tricks them into thinking that he died. He says, look, I got a message from Dead Man. It came with this umbilical cord that was packaged with Mama's body, which was like a secret thing that like Dead Man hid in there. And he says, this umbilical cord that I brought with Mama's body was taken from Bridget Strand before she died. Or I guess right after she died. And he says, the president's cord was special and that it connected her somehow to the beach. So she had this like special power. They don't exactly know what, but she had some special relationship to the beach. And he says, because of the information you've gotten from like paleontologists and geologists, we know life on Earth has been rocked by many extinctions before, called the Big Five. If you examine the rock layers of the Earth, you can see actually chiralium deposits along some of the rock formations that line up to the time period of each of those 5 big extinctions. So our Death Stranding isn't like some super unique event. It's actually just a thing that happens to the world every now and then. Yes, Andrew?
So Death Stranding killed the dinosaurs.
Absolutely, yeah. That's his theory, which is probably correct.
The
Yeah.
game theory.
Yeah. Was that your question, Michael? And he says, we're in the middle of the 6th extinction. And he gives some, evidence to his theory. He says, this is an ice mammoth. This is one of, like, the Neanderthals. Both had the same kind of umbilical cord that Bridget Strand had. And he says, humor me, what if the ice mammoth and the Iceman were not frozen? What if they were just like Mama, who just never decomposed? And that's why we were able to find, like, their bodies and stuff, is because they weren't, like, fossilized, they just never decomposed, because they were connected to the beach. And this is an example of a dinosaur. Is this? Yeah, Sam is like, bullshit, you're shitting me. Dinosaurs don't have umbilical cords, idiot. And then Harmon's like, I gotcha. Only mammals have umbilical cords used for childbirth. And so he's like, but actually, some, like, reptiles and shit did have umbilical cords. They just weren't for childbirth. They would connect them to the beach. And actually, he says something like the beach cords came first, and mammals evolved their childbirth umbilical cords as, like, a mimicry of that. Which is like, sure. Yes.
What was that thumbs down minus 20?
So he has, like, a character quirk where he'll, like, he'll be talking to Sam, and he'll ask him a question, and Sam will answer it. He goes, thumbs up, and, like, gives you some likes. Which, likes in this game is, like, part of the multiplayer aspect. I didn't get into this too much, but you can build, like, structures and stuff that other players can use, and whenever other players use them, you get likes. So it's just kind of this quirk he has where he goes, like, thumbs up, I like your answer and stuff. He did not like that Sam thought that mammals only had umbilical cords, so he gave him negative 20 likes. And he says, in context of the extinction entity theory, which I'm pretty sure this is the first time this theory has come up, but he acts like it's like a thing you should know. Organisms with strands, which are the umbilical cords, are in fact extinction entities. So not like every organism has those, but specific organisms with a strong connection to the beach have these, like, weird umbilical cords, and they're called extinction entities. So EEs are connected to the beach via their strand, and it is through this connection that they somehow bring about the Death Stranding. So, these umbilical cords are theorized to be the actual, like, direct cause of the Death Stranding, and Bridget had that strand. So, it's getting a little suspicious. Maybe Bridget had something to do with this entire, like, post-apocalyptic situation we found ourselves in. And Sam is like, hold on, Higgs said that Amelie is an EE, that she doesn't have dooms. What's up with that? And Higgs's plan is to, like, use Amelie's extinction entity powers to, like, speed up the extinction and bring about the 6th extinction. And I think, like, Hartman just kind of is like, yeah, that lines up with my theories. Could be. It's kind of like non-determinate, but, like, Hartman's like, yeah, that makes sense. That's probably what Higgs is doing. But we don't know for sure. And then he passes out, dies again, I guess. And I think that's pretty. Whoops.
I guess click reload.
Oh.
So anyway.
Sure, going to the next one. Hey!
Oh, cool. I don't think that message slide was anything. I think it was Die Hardman calling you, actually, and basically saying, hey, get to the chiral relay down in the southwest. Because once you connect to that, you can make your way over to Edgedot. Which Sam does. This is the chiral relay. It's, like, kind of a rundown thing. At one point, like the bridges, one team built it, I guess, but then like a disaster happened and it got kind of broken like this. Oops. So you bring it onto the chiral network, but something I didn't really mention is that between the chiral relay and Edge Knot City area, there's like this huge tar lake, which is basically like the size of like a small ocean, and there's like ships can't go in the tar, so it's kind of like, you know, how do we get that? Like it kind of completely cuts off the west from central region, so you have to find a way to cross the tar belt. And this is a part of the game that honestly is kind of bullshit. I feel like a lot of people get stuck here, because Die Hardman basically is like, he calls you and he's like, if only there was a way to cross the tar belt. Anyways, I'm sure you'll figure it out. And just kind of like leaves you here, at like very little direction. So you just kind of have to like wander this for a while until you figure it out. Because it's actually kind of like a small puzzle with what you have to do. So you wander a while, and it's actually like part of it is a BT zone. So you get attacked by some BTs. And the solution to the puzzle is to actually not fight against the BTs. You actually want to get caught by the BTs, because, and this is a mechanic that like you might not have seen before if you haven't like really been like caught by BTs before, is that when you get caught, you actually get like dragged away, and it summons a boss BT like wherever you happen to be. And boss BTs always spawn like buildings coming up with the tar, and that's how you get across the lake. Is you cross these buildings that spawn. Yes.
Is that really the intended way to do it? Is to get caught, summon a boss, and walk across its stuff?
Yes. And again, if you've like been pretty good at the game and just like never been caught, besides like the scripted like boss things, there's a chance you just don't know that this is a mechanic. Like you just have no idea that getting caught by BTs like spawns a boss. Because previously, you know, the bosses have always just been like scripted. It's like, oh, you know, cutscene happens, the boss spawns. You have no idea that you can actually spawn bosses at will. Although we will see this streamer actually like does a slightly alternate method, which I didn't realize you could actually do. So because this streamer actually dies to this boss, he doesn't make it across. He like gets killed or whatever, and that causes a void out, like a BT explosion, and that spawns a crater inside the lake, with this like raised ridge around it. So this streamer, you know, after he spawns this, he literally just like, I don't have a slide for it, but he literally just like walks across that raised edge all the way to where he needs to go. Yes.
So you can cause craters to happen pretty much anywhere?
I think so. I think so, because like the BT zones where like the BTs spawn are like very specific kind of like, I don't know if I say scripted, but like designed like areas of the map. So they probably like intend for you to be able to like cause craters and stuff. And I don't know if they're like permanent or if they eventually go away or something. I'm not sure. But yeah, anyways, like that's how this streamer got across, which I thought was pretty funny. But usually you can just like not die to the boss and walk across the buildings all the way. But yeah, you get to like the other side of the tar lake, and Amelie is there. I think this is like another hologram, but she's there. You kind of go to her, but then you start sinking into the tar, and like it kind of looks like you drown. But you wake up on the beach. I think it's kind of like this isn't a dream. This is like you actually like you just died. Like you drowned in the tar, but because Sam's a patriot, he can respawn. He kind of like wakes up on the beach. Higgs is there. Higgs is also on his beach. And this is the first time we see, yes.
So is this the real life beach, or is this the afterlife beach?
Afterlife beach.
Okay, so he's not on the shore of the tar lake area.
Wait. No, actually, I'm sorry, I was wrong. This is the real beach.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that's like I think why Higgs is able to be here. Yeah, so this is you like fell into the tar lake, but then you kind of like washed up on shore. I think is the idea on the other side.
So it's after you've repatriated back to life.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but this is like the real world. Sorry, I got that mixed up. But yeah, Higgs is there, and he says, I've got Amelie right where I want her. I've got her cornered here in Edgeshot City, and it's kind of thanks to you because, your chiral network has allowed me to like pinpoint her location. And this is the first time we see like Higgs's face like fully without the mask and without the hood and all that stuff. So you can see he's Troy Baker, with like emo eyeliner and stuff. I really love this. He licks him. Yeah, he takes his like gold mask that he has and like puts it on Sam's face. And not for any real purpose. I think it's just to like fuck with Sam and like cause him some pain and stuff. It doesn't do anything. He just takes it off after a few seconds, but it kind of hurts him. And he says, I'll race you to Amelie. Whoever gets to it first gets to usher in the end of days. And that starts episode 9, Higgs. And Die Hardman calls you and he's like, oh man, that Higgs stuff was weird. Anyways, your mission is still to save Amelie. Just go do it. Yes.
Was all that stuff in the previous slide, is that your cargo that fell off your back?
Yeah.
In the water?
Yeah. And that happens a lot, actually. It's like after cutscenes, you'll just spawn with like all your shit scattered around. So Sam goes to his private room. This is like, it isn't Edgehnot City, but it's like a way station, like a little east of Edgehnot City. So like you're on the west coast at this point. You've made it across the Tar Ocean or whatever. He wakes up, of course, like ambushed as always by a character. There's like this blinding light coming at him. Also, I don't know why his face is the only part of him that's dirty. But it ends up being Amelie hologram. And again, this is kind of another one where she just kind of like talks at him, like doesn't really acknowledge what he says, just talks at him. And she says, I've kept things from you, worn a mask. And she says, she kind of confirms the extinction entity theory. She says, I could end it all, us, mankind. But that's not what I want to be. She says, please, find me on the beach. Promise me you'll stop me. I don't want to end it all. I don't want to be this extinction entity, and you're the only one that can stop me. And this is just showing kind of like the geography between the distribution center that you're at and then Edgehnot City. This point of the story, you're just kind of traveling through that like urban area up north of Edgehnot City, which is kind of like dilapidated because the terrorists took it out earlier in the story. This is where they introduced like a new kind of BT. These are like balloon, like jellyfish BT. I think they're even less threatening than the normal BTs because you can see them, and like they don't do any like much. They don't really come after you or anything like that. But it's kind of spooky. But you make it to Edgehnot. I think this is what this is, and then you like finally at the end of this you've connected all the way from Capital Knot to Edgehnot. So for now, mission seemingly accomplished. And Die Hardman calls you and says, now that you've done this good job, connected everything, Amelie is waiting for you in your private room. I don't remember if this is meant to be like the real Amelie or another hologram. I guess we might see. But, head to your private room, you'll see Amelie. He goes to sleep. Amelie wasn't there, I guess, presumably. He just went to sleep and woke up on the beach. He has this dream. It's kind of a weird dream. This is actually not Higgs. This is Amelie in Higgs' outfit. That's why it says, Sam, it's me. Pans over to the right, and there's giant Amelie walking through the ocean. Get a good shot of her feet, I guess. He wakes up, and the alarms are going off in the Edgehnot City private room. Something weird is going on outside. He needs to check it out. He goes outside, and there's another kind of like chiral storm or whatever. They're like, things are kind of tense outside. He doesn't know exactly what it is. He quickly finds out it's a giant BT, just like the one from the intro when the body went necro. It's the same exact one. I don't know if it's the same entity, but it's like the same type. And Amelie is, like, encrusted in its chest with, like, chiral crystals. Higgs comes up and he says, this is kind of all your fault. You've really helped me out, Sam. Connecting the chiral network is exactly what I needed for my evil plan. And he continues to, like, the big 5 theories, like, we've had 5 mass extinctions, time for number 6. Like this extinction is actually going to be even worse than the 5 before it, because the other 5 extinctions got rid of, like, some life, specific species died out, but this 6th extinction is going to kill out all life. Like, not a single thing is going to survive. Every single species on Earth is going to die. And he says, time to meet your ender, and summons Amelie. A cool thing about this, I don't know if it's going to capture in screenshots, but, like, in the upcoming scene, Amelie's going to, like, make movements, and it's going to be, like, reflected in that creature up there. Like, it's going to make the same movements. Kind of implying they have, like, some kind of connection. He puts the mask on her, and she starts talking. He says, soon I will merge them in all mankind's beaches into a single shore. So this is kind of giving us the explanation for, like, how an extinction entity causes a Death Stranding, is that they have the ability to somehow, like, link up all the individual beaches into one beach. And that kind of allows, I guess, like, the BTs to flood from the beach to the real world and cause, like, all these disasters. The last stranding is her reason for being. And the last stranding is a term that'll come up later, even more. And Sam is kind of confused about this. He's like, Amelie, why are you talking like this? This isn't how I know you. What are you doing? She says, don't you get it? And you'll see, Amelie's shoulder there, but as it pans through Sam, it turns to Higgs. He says, you can speed this up or slow it down, but you cannot stop what we have started. So not what he has started, what we have started. And this starts the boss fight. He, like, goes into the giant BT and says, come and get me. And this boss fight's kind of cool. You get, like, rocket launchers of blood. And just kind of, like, shoot the shit out of it. It like kick you and do some different attacks. So it's kind of like a claustrophobic arena, but yeah, you can just, like, get these, like, rocket launchers filled with Sam's blood and shoot it until it, like, kind of explodes. It, like, crumbles apart. But Higgs and Amelie are actually fine. They made it out of the BT okay. And he just kind of, like, fucks off. He's like, I'll see you on the beach for the grand finale. This isn't over. Fragile shows up, because Sam goes back to his private beach to try to, like, figure out what to do to, like, regroup. Fragile's there. She wants to help. She'll help you get where you need to go, which is to follow Amelie to the beach. And she's able to do this because, like, the dream catcher that Sam has, like, ties him to Amelie, and that allows him to, like, pinpoint her beach specifically and follow her there. And, like, Fragile's able to, like, jump him there with her powers. So Sam wakes up on Amelie's beach, and he sees this scene. Kind of weird. It looks like Higgs is, like, kneeling down to Amelie. And when Sam calls out to Amelie, they look really surprised. Amelie's like, what are you doing here? We didn't expect you. What's happening? And they kind of do this, like, thing, like, they like, recover from their surprise pretty quickly, and Higgs goes into, like, his typical, like, persona that you've always seen. And it kind of goes over, like, a part of what his motivation is. He's kind of like a nihilist point of view. So he says, no matter what anybody does, humanity has a few 100,000 years left tops. So he's kind of just like, we're all going to die anyways. What's the matter with speeding it up? Basically. That's kind of like his motivation for, like, helping, to cause the Death Stranding. He's like, why delay the inevitable? He's got like on the leash strung up there. We're all part of the Death Stranding. Yes.
If what he's saying there is true, does that mean the Death Stranding is the friends we made along the way?
I guess so. Yeah, I mean, it involves all the friends we made along the way. Yes. So this starts like probably one of the coolest like boss segments, I guess, in the game. He kind of taunts you and he says, no repatriation here. One of us dies, that's it. You go to the afterlife reveal. So even though they're actually both repatriates, but if you die on a beach, it doesn't matter if you're a repatriate, you just die. He's just a good old fashioned boss fight. You and me, Sam. Let's go. Stick versus rope, gun versus strand. So this is like, the big clash of ideals. Higgs is like nihilism, nothing matters, we're all gonna die anyway, who cares? Versus, I don't know if Sam fully believes this, but like the kind of UCA Bridges belief of, even if we're all gonna die someday, it's still worth, trying to live, trying to struggle to survive, doing the best we can. Kind of thing. Very edgy anime. He's like, one last game over for one of us. He cries his little anime tears. Immediately starts the fight saying, I'm the particle of God. And this is a cool fight. This one is very reminiscent of like several Metal Gear Solid fights. Probably the most like any of them. He has a gun. I don't know if you have a gun or not, but you have to kind of like duck and hide behind like these whales and stuff that are on the beach to like break your line of sight, so that like he doesn't know where you are and you can like sneak up on him. Like I was saying before, you can like pick up your cargo and like chuck it at his head and like knock him out, and, like get some attacks in and stuff. It is pretty cool. Once you get his HP down low enough, he's like, I don't need the gun, I can beat you. He takes out this knife. He gets kind of desperate. This part of the fight's kind of terrifying. So he can just like come up behind you and like bull tackle you with like the knife from nowhere. And it's a lot more intense. You're kind of just like always on your toes. More of like a fisticuffs kind of thing. And this is why you should always bring a rope to a gunfight. Is because you can actually like use this like strand, I guess, that's attached to your kit and just like tie him up really quick with a rope. And once you do this, he's like tied on the ground, and you can like use your feet to like kick him like in the head and stuff like multiple times and do like a bunch of damage. Just a very satisfying thing to do. So you get him down even lower, and he gets like even more desperate. He's like, this can only ever end one way. And of course, if any of you have ever played Metal Gear Solid 3 or 4, you might know what this is headed to. Of course, it turns into a real fighting game for like this one scene. So yeah, this is like a whole thing. You can actually like use the triggers to like throw punches and stuff. You can like duck and weave. It goes on for a very, very long time. You're just like beating the shit out of each other. Full fisticuffs. No weapons. Like just you and Higgs going at it. There's some really satisfying like shots of you like just beating the shit out of him. At one point, I think in this playthrough, because it can be like different per playthrough, Higgs like literally takes a bite out of Sam's ear. And if you look in cutscenes later, you'll be able to see Sam's ear missing a piece of it for the rest of the game. Yes, Michael.
Does he have like the Schrodinger wave equation or something tattooed on his forehead?
I don't know what that is, but that is definitely math, yeah. I imagine it's something to do with the Higgs boson particle. I'm not sure what kind of math that involves, but yeah. So eventually you knock him on his ass. He just like falls in the tar. But if you remember, way back earlier in the game, Fragile said, leave him alive. I want to handle him myself. But, I want to take care of Higgs. Get my revenge. So you like drag him out of the tar, so he doesn't like drown or whatever. He gives you a little congratulations. And Sam leaves him with Fragile, who I think was able to follow Sam because she has like the bracelet that like bonded them together. So she was able to actually follow Sam here. She says, "I'm fragile, but I'm not that fragile. This time, you're the one who's going to break." And she seems really pissed. She seems like she's going to do something pretty bad to him. But very quickly, this whole thing happens where Higgs actually gets desperate. He reaches out to Amelie and he says, "Give me power, damn it." And Amelie just kind of looks at him blankly and doesn't do anything. He doesn't get any power. But it's weird that he's like reaching to Amelie to try to get power. We don't really know what's up with that. But he says, "Honey, you ain't nothing but damaged goods to Fragile," because he's taunting her, trying to rile her up a little bit. And this might be one of the stupidest moments in the show, in the game. She gives him a good punch after he says that, and she says, "You're damaged goods." Which I always think of this gif every time I get to this. It's just the best comeback ever. Really pulls the "no you" card on him. But after she does that, Fragile meets back up with Sam and says, I was able to bring your BB here by picturing it as equipment. I pictured it as an inanimate object and I was able to bring it here. Yes.
Is it important what his BB was? Troy Baker's? Or is it just a BB?
We will find out what his BB is
All
later.
right.
It's not like the most important thing, but it does come up. Yeah.
Okay.
It's actually, I think, also contradicted a little bit in some of the extended lore. But, yeah.
So she can think of it as equipment and bring it. She could probably also think of it as a living being and bring it, since she can do that. But she can't think of it as cargo. That's what would stop it from working.
I suppose so, yeah. Well, I guess the implication here is that they're able to bring their clothes with them. So I guess she pictures it as, like, clothing. Maybe that was, like, mistranslated or something. I'm not sure, but yeah. So in this scene, Fragile's like, "Hey, you've accomplished your goal, Sam. You found Amelie. You made sure she's safe. You connected to the network. How about you come back with me, Sam? We can be pals. We can go back east together." And Amelie kind of jumps in and she's like, "No, we don't need you, Fragile. He's got me. We can jump east together. Fuck off, Fragile. We don't want you here." And Fragile's like obviously a little hurt by it. She's like, "Okay, well, whatever. You don't owe me anything. I don't owe you anything. We're square. Bye." And Fragile leaves. Amelie asks Sam to follow her, and he doesn't. He kind of hesitates. She says, do you still believe in me? Do you not trust me anymore? She says, there's something that you need to know, Sam. When you were back east, I actually slipped out of here for real, and I went to visit you. So actually, I don't remember which scene specifically, but one of the scenes when he was talking to Amelie back east was the real Amelie and not a hologram. So actually, she could have gotten out of here this whole time and chose not to. Yes.
Was it like a crazy teleport magic, or did she hoof it all the way across the country?
It is I guess the same way that Fragile is able to teleport. Yeah, so through the beach. And Sam's not happy about this. He's like, "Fuck me. I went through an entire 60-hour game to get all the way here. And you tell me you could have just teleported back and you were never actually captured. You were never in any actual danger. What is this shit?" She said it was actually Die Hardman's idea. So she was. Don't worry about that. But she was like, we need you here because you're important to me and you're the only one that can help us with our plan. And we knew that you would never have come over here unless we made you believe I was in danger. If we just asked you nicely, Sam, you never would have come over here. So we had to trick you to come over here to get you here so we could do our plan. And Sam still was not happy. He's like, Great. So I'm Mario and you're Princess Peach. Amelie honestly doesn't seem too remorseful about it. She's like, that sucks for you, but it works out for us. Yes.
Do they have to pay Nintendo to get that in there?
Maybe. I actually haven't checked the credits. I'd be interested to see if there's a credit for that, but so actually, again, this I wish my sound was here, but while they're in the middle of talking, they hear a gunshot in the distance, and it's greatly implied that this is Higgs killing himself, because Fragile actually left him alive, and like didn't kill him herself. She like left him, and instead of like being trapped forever on this beach, Higgs decides to kill himself here in this moment. And Sam is like, well, how do we actually get back east? Because, I guess for some reason Amelie doesn't want to teleport. And she's like, we'll run all the way because the beach actually, like, spans the whole way, I guess. We'll run together like Mario and Princess Beach. Again, very stupid line. I don't know why they put all these lines right at the end. They run together. This is like the most cheesed face you'll ever see on Sam. He's like extremely happy right now. Even though he was like pretty upset with Amelie like 30 seconds ago, like the fact that he's running with her, he's very happy. Yes.
Is his face always this messed up at this point in the game, or if you do really well in the fighting game portion, does it look better?
It probably does look better, yeah. Yeah. Eventually, when they run, they come up to this cliff. Amelie says, wait here. She goes up the cliff. And Sam follows her up the cliff. He doesn't follow her instructions. He, like, immediately follows her up there. And he sees this scene on the beach. So Amelie with the red dress, now this woman with the white dress is talking to Die Hardman. He's got the gun pointed at her. Remember this. Maybe the gun has got some history between them. Die Hardman says, you were supposed to make the world whole again, not fuck it all up. And, Bridget says, but this is Bridget, I guess. She says, there is no atonement, not for us. I know I failed, but, there's nothing I can do at this point. Forgive me if you want. There's no atonement. And while they're talking, Clifford Ungrove shows up also on this same beach. This is like an everyone is here situation. Clifford Ungrove shows up like out of the ocean, turns to face Die Hardman. Yes.
Did they have to pay Nintendo for everyone is here?
Yes.
Okay.
So Clifford shows up on the beach, turns to face Die Hardman. Die Hardman takes off his mask here, but you can't actually see his face. And this is Die Hardman speaking. He says, yes, it's me, John. So presumably, Clifford Unger knows John. They have some issue together, but we don't know that quite yet. Yes.
So his full name is John Hardman. Or John Die Hardman.
I guess Die Hardman is probably his nickname.
Oh, it's not his real last name?
Well, like, I think he just goes by full, like, Die Hardman is, like, his full name in, like, present day. I don't think he goes by John at all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like, it's a name he, like, gave up, I guess. Die Hardman kneels down in front of Clifford Unger and he says, I'm so sorry. Kind of breaks down, cry, I guess. Clifford, I guess, kind of forgives him for now. Trains his gun on Bridget. He says, give me back my BB. And she points, and says, you're looking in the wrong place. Your BB's over there. And she points to where Sam and Amelie are standing on the cliff. I think I forgot to show this, but after she does this, Clifford sends his soldiers up the cliff to try to get to them. And Amelie pushes Sam off the cliff to get him away, I guess. She's like, run, Sam, go away. And he goes into the ocean and repatriates back into the real world. Yeah, so he wakes up. And there's this mechanic now where the chiral network is so unstable. So yeah, there's something with the network's got out of whack, so fragile. And also Fragile's been like moving people around so much he's gotten like dangerously like ill. So if you can no longer use Fragile to fast travel at this point in the game. But inconveniently, hurry back east, you already know the way. So you're all the way at the fucking Edge Knot City. You now have to walk all the way back to Knot City. Yes.
Why don't they ever give him like a replacement motorcycle at the beginning?
You do actually get like motorcycles and stuff throughout the game, and like trucks and stuff. You can actually build like highways and stuff to go through, although it's like pretty limited where you can build them. Which is actually why like this part of the game isn't that bad, because by this point you've probably already built a lot of the infrastructure and stuff. That's like the multiplayer aspect kind of it. So it doesn't take as long as you would think it does to like walk all the way back. But yeah, it's kind of a whole thing. You have to go back east. So Sam's like, fuck me, I guess I'll do it. He plugs into BB again. You get another vision from the point of view of the BB. This time you see Bridget, and John is also in the background, Die Hardman. He's back there. It starts episode 10, Die Hardman. I'm pretty sure this might be it. This is like the shortest chapter ever in terms of like story content, because it's basically just encapsulating like your journey from Edge Knot City all the way to Capital Knot City, and there's generally very little like story content here, except for this part, I guess. Because once you get close to Lake Knot City, another supercell starts, another storm. You get another vision of Clifford Unger holding BB, and then you wake up in another combat veteran section. Summons more soldiers, same deal. And this starts the chapter. Yes.
So there's 3 chapters called Unger, Clifford, and then Clifford Unger.
Yes.
Okay.
Which, I mean, when you see how important he ends up being to the overall plot, I think it's probably more. But it is a little silly, yeah. So this starts episode 11. This war zone, I think, is the Vietnam War. So kind of jungle, guerrilla warfare here going on. Like, everything's on fire, kind of chaotic. You find combat veteran, he comes out of the tar. Starts coming after you. There's this really sick shot of him in like the flames. He like holds a cigarette and like drops it in the tar, and it all catches on fire. So this is after like the combat sequence, I guess. So this is like after you defeat him. He reaches out towards you, BB. He says, we're getting out of here, I promise. And give me back my baby. And I feel like he should have figured this out before, but Sam is finally like, "Are you the father of this BB?" Like, it took him a long time to like maybe piece together that combat veteran might like be related to this baby somehow. They kind of have like a short conversation. I think Clifford Unger kind of gets like relieved because he finally like got his hands on his baby, and like Sam isn't really like fighting him too much to get it back. So he kind of gets like some relief there. He's like, Sam, you bring people together. You're the bridge to the future, which is what he's called. Sam Porter Bridges, I guess. So he takes a look at BB, and he's like, I guess relieved to know that it's like safe. I guess in like good hands with Sam, I think is maybe the idea. And they have another fight. But notice this time that he's out of his combat gear. Yes.
Was this hug consensual?
I think Sam fights it less, but I don't think he like initiates it. Yeah. So another flashback, slightly longer one. You see what looks like John talking to Cliff. He says, "Take me, B, and get out of this place." And Cliff's like, why are you helping me? You could get in trouble if they catch you. He says, because you saved my life again and again. And again, Sam's like, I think Cliff might just be Lou's father. I don't know what gave him that idea. The real mystery where that one came from. Then he and Deadman talk a little bit more in the private room. Deadman says, I have something you should see, and it's a message from the director, who is Die Hardman. He says, so this is like a message that Die Hardman gave. I think it's titled like "If I Don't Come Back." So this is kind of like a suicide note kind of message, I guess. So he's like talking at the camera, not to anyone in particular. He says, "I got a little present from Amelie," and he says, I've been wearing this mask. I've been kind of playing a character all this time. He looks at the camera, breaks the fourth wall a little bit. And he says, "You've all been playing along too, haven't you?" And I don't remember exactly the context here, but he says, he tried to look in the archives on information for Amelie, and he couldn't find anything. It's kind of almost as if Amelie never existed. It's weird. He really can't find any information about Amelie. He said, no record she ever existed. Have you ever seen her in the flesh, shook her hand, or touched her? Targeting back to, like, pretty much every time, except for that one time in the East, I guess, when she was really Amelie. We've only ever seen her either on the beach or in hologram form. Sam kind of refutes this. He's like, I've touched her, all the time. We hug and all this stuff. Deadman says, yeah, but only on the beach. This whole time you've never touched her in the real world before. Die Hardman goes into basically the public explanation for Amelie's existence, like what Bridget told the country about Amelie. She said Amelie was born on the beach. Let's see. And Bridget basically spun up this whole story where Amelie was her daughter. Amelie was the candidate to succeed her. And basically the whole country believed it, including Die Hardman. Die Hardman thought that Amelie was her daughter this whole time because he had so much trust in Bridget Strand. But, why would she lie to him? And he said he looked in the archives even further, and he found out Bridget was diagnosed with uterine cancer in her 20s and could never have children. So Amelie is definitely not her biological daughter, which leaves the question of what Amelie actually is. He says, how can we be sure that Amelie is an extinction entity and can cause the Death Stranding if we don't even know if Amelie is Amelie? We really know nothing about her. We really have to get to the end of the bottom of this mystery. And this is the gun he was holding earlier. And he says, I'm going to go to Amelie's beach, or, someone's beach or whatever. Stop what she started by stopping her. He says, I have to do this because all I ever did was run from death. I'm tired of running. I'm going to end this right here and now. Yes.
So is he called Die Hardman because he escaped death a lot in his past? Is that the backstory?
Yes.
Okay.
Specifically, he didn't do much to escape death. Clifford Unger dragged him out of all the danger and he never died. So that's why he has this big connection to him. Is he's like, you saved my life so many times. I'm so indebted to you. So episode 12, Bridges. This is Fragile talking to you a little bit about what went down on the beach while, you were talking with Amelie, she was talking with Higgs. And basically while Fragile was talking to Higgs, he kind of buried everything. Yes, Michael?
I thought she left Higgs on the beach and he shot himself.
Yes, but she talked to him before he killed himself.
Okay.
So that scene where she said, you're damaged goods, she, I guess, talked to him a little bit after that, but before she left the beach and he killed himself. That we just didn't see. So yeah, Fragile talked to Higgs, and she got him to basically confess a lot of the secrets that were behind this. So, she says the terrorist void outs, the entire extinction agenda, Amelie was the mastermind, yes.
I'm just looking at Amelie for the first time. Is it possible that her name is I'm a lie?
Very possible. There's actually a few different explanations for her name. One of which is in the game itself, which I'll get to in a second. But there's like a few different ones, like theories people have. And if you remember in the Fragile backstory cutscene, she said, Higgs said, I betrayed you because I found someone else who completes me. I don't need you, Fragile, anymore. That person he met was Amelie. He didn't need Fragile anymore because he met Amelie, and she like gave him powers and stuff to help him out. So he didn't need Fragile anymore. Yeah, so Amelie gave Higgs his power. So Andrew, this is what I was talking about. Your question with the BB for Higgs. That baby doll is what was inside Higgs' pod this whole time. So he didn't have a real like flesh and blood BB. He had this baby doll given to him by Amelie, and that like connected him to her and was like a catalyst for like her powers being given to him. And then this is kind of saying like Amelie is again like behind all this. Cliff, Higgs, the director, all three of them are being controlled by Amelie and like manipulated by her behind the scenes. And they're kind of trying to puzzle out this mystery of like who is Bridget, who is Amelie, if Amelie isn't real, what is her connection to Bridget? And he says, if we can figure this out, maybe we can figure out how to stop the last stranding. And Fragile says, Amelie is waiting for you on the beach. Go to her and try to figure this out. But first you gotta make it back to Capital Knot City. Because that's where Fragile is, and she's like not able to travel really much. So this probably happens like kind of near Capital Knot City. The final like BT boss I guess spawns. So there's this giant whale thing. I only have one slide for it because it's like very pathetic and weak. Very much like a non-challenge. You just like shoot it with rocket launchers. But you make it back to Capital Knot City. Fragile's in like a coma. You're actually delivering her like a case full of those little like maggot like cryptobio things, so she could like feast on them and get her strength back. So Fragile wakes up. She says, Amelie wants you. He wants you to go to her. That's like her plan. You should go there and figure this out. But she says, there's a lot of danger and risk to this because if you go there, there's a possibility you'll be stranded. Outside the world. You'll be stuck in Amelie's beach forever, and you won't be able to come back. So kind of high stakes for Sam. And he kind of goes on this speech. He's like, it's a high risk, but what else are we gonna do? We have to keep this whole life thing going as long as we can. We can't just give up in the face of the Death Stranding. We have to do something. We can't just let ourselves be blinked out of existence like this. We have to make sure our lives mean something and it's not always in vain. So that's kind of his motivation for going. Seems like he's kind of finally turned around on the whole connections thing a little bit, and he kind of sees the value in community and stuff. So this is kind of his boy, but it's kind of weird because he just kind of Sam describes his character arc to these people. It's very unnaturally given. He's like, I changed. I used to be a loner guy, and now I'm not anymore. I like you guys. You're my friends. Thanks for being here for me. He's like, I gotta do this for all my friends' sake. You can see his ear, his our left ear has a chunk bitten out of it. He leaves BB here with Deadman. He doesn't want to take BB with him. And Fragile jumps him to Amelie's beach. He wakes up on the beach. Amelie's coming towards him. But the POV is kind of weird. And then some baby noises start crying. So you realize that this is actually POV of like a infant child that you're looking through right now. Amelie's talking to you. It's kind of strange. And you get like thrown into the ocean basically by Amelie as a baby. Starts episode 13, Sam Strand. So this is his other name besides Sam Porter Bridges. So yeah, he wakes up on this red beach, this kind of ominous looking beach. So this is kind of a thing where you have to find Amelie, but it doesn't give you any direction. So as a player, you just like walk up and down the beach for a while until Sam gets tired. And every time he gets tired, he like sits down on the ground, and there's like 30 seconds of like Amelie / Bridget like lured up into you for a little bit, and then you run a little bit more, and he gets tired again, and there's another lured up. So I kind of cut out all the running, and this is just like one continuous like scene here. So yeah, this is either Bridget or Amelie saying the last stranding's already begun. She says, "You still don't know who I am, do you?" He turns around. There is Bridget Strand on her deathbed. And this is kind of a recreation of that intro scene, although she has the mask on now for that one part. And she says, "I love you, Sam. I'll be waiting for you on the beach." And she says, "I've been waiting for you right here ever since that moment. Ever since I died in that room, I've been waiting for you here on this beach." He says, "You were supposed to stop me. Stop all of this." Sam asks, "Where's Amelie?" "Where she's always been, nowhere." And I think she says, like, Amelie has never actually existed. Amelie and Bridget are both a part of me. What I am is an extinction entity. So, again, just kind of drives home again this whole, like, extinction entity theory that Hartman was talking about. That she is this, like, special being that somehow is able to bring about a Death Stranding. And Amelie and Bridget are just kind of like two personas that she's been fronting this whole time. She explains a little bit more about what the last stranding is going to be. She says, "In an instant, this world will be no more." So, like, implying, instead of like a slow extinction, it's just going to be like the planet blows up. Like, just the whole thing, like in one big BT explosion, it's just going to be gone. And she says, "Sam, now that you're here, I'm going to give you two options. Your first option is to do nothing, stay here with me, bear witness to the very end. The kind of nihilist thing, extinction's going to happen anyways. Why not spend your last moments here with me, and we'll just, like, usher in the end together. But your other option is to cut me and my beach loose. Perhaps you can stop it from spreading. You might just prevent the last stranding." If you remember, like, the mechanism behind when the Death Stranding, how the Death Stranding occurs is that Amelie's beach, Bridget's beach, I guess, is special in that it's able to, like, conglomerate all the beaches together. And so when, like, her extinction entity power, like, causes the Death Stranding, like, all those beaches are going to be flooded over and, like, cause everyone to die. But if you cut her beach off, it'll be, like, pretty much contained to just her. And she won't be able to, like, cause everyone to die. Like, she'll, like, contain it. She says, "You can't stop the inevitable. The sixth extinction will happen either today or tomorrow." Like, this part is where the lore gets, like, really vague. It's not exactly, like, super clear, like, why the extinction is inevitable. But just, like, I guess because Amelie exists and, like, she's an extinction entity, someday it will happen, just they can only delay it. This is another, like, gun and stick, rope and stick kind of thing. She says, "Pull the rope or cut the noose. It's your choice. Whatever you do, don't hesitate." "I'm ready, Sam Strand." She kind of, like, opens herself up, gives you an option. And you pull out your gun and point it at her. So this is your choice. Wait for her to bring about the extinction or try to stop her. Although it's only really an illusion of choice, because if you try to shoot your gun at her, your bullets just like magically don't hit her. Like you can shoot all 6 rounds in your gun and they just won't do anything. So you have no choice but to just kind of like watch her go into the ocean, start the Death Stranding or the Last Stranding, and you see big explosion, and everyone dies. Credits roll. But actually, not really, because there's another hidden choice you can have where, if you go back, you can put away your gun and run up to her and hug her, and that is the Strand type choice that you can make to build a connection with her. Sam says, "I'm here for you always, like you were for me." So it flashes back to when she gives him the dream catcher. And she actually, like, point blank tells him, don't forget your connection with me. You'll need it to make us whole again to prevent the Death Stranding. And so we find out a little bit more about, like, what Amelie and Bridget have been going through. She said, I have so many dreams of the future. I don't know which ones to trust. So she's been having, like, these nightmares of, like, the end of the world. And, like, her bringing about extinction, like, basically her whole life. And she didn't know she was an extinction entity, so she was like very confused by it. But she had no choice but to share these nightmares with other people to try to like relieve some of that burden. And so that is what Dooms actually is. It's Amelie like spreading her power and thus like her nightmares and dreams and stuff with other people. So that's how like people get Dooms. It's just, I guess by chance probably, just like you get some of her power. She says, time has no meaning to me. I'm not a line, I'm a single point. And that's because, she exists as an entity, like, on the beach, which is kind of, like, removed from time. So, like, even though this, part, like, in the real world, it's maybe been, like, a few months or something for Sam, Amelie has probably been, like, dealing with this for, like, several thousand, if not hundreds of thousands of years, like, from her perspective. Yes.
So if she's been this extinction entity on the beach since a long time ago, at what point and why did she decide to make a hologram in the real world and become president?
Well, so originally she was just like a real physical person, just named Bridget Strand, which we'll actually go into a little bit how Bridget and Amelie came to be in a second. But I think it's like when that event happens and they kind of split, that's when Amelie exists like outside of time. And so like it's kind of involuntary on her part. And so she starts like this super long ordeal, but Bridget actually like is just still a normal like person and she's the president. She says, once the Last Stranding starts, it can't be stopped. I can't go with you. All I can do is try to spare you the worst. So again, you cut her off, and she's gonna like weather the storm of the Death Stranding as much as possible and try to like save everybody else. I am the beach, she says. And I must stay here and ensure that the extinction happens. So basically, it's like her true nature to bring about the extinction. It's going to happen at some point. It's kind of inevitable, but she can do like as much as possible to delay it and try to give like Sam and the rest of the world like a chance to fight against it, like to evolve, try to find a solution for it. And so that's kind of what she resolves to do. Yeah, so she says like that's what an EE does. Like they do bring about the extinction. It's not their choice. It's just going to inevitably happen. She says, if I had done my job, none of this would have happened, but I couldn't take it anymore. I got tired of waiting. So, kind of what I was saying. She exists kind of like outside of time. So even though like it's a normal human lifespan, like from Bridget's perspective, as like an extinction entity of Amelie, she's probably been doing this for like thousands of years from her perspective. And like for pretty much all of that time until Sam showed up, like Kid Sam and stuff, and met her, she was completely alone, like just with her thoughts of like the world ending and stuff. So that's kind of her motivation. I guess she just got tired of waiting and being alone. She's like, fuck it, I'm in extinction entity. This is gonna happen anyways. Who's gonna blame me if I just get this all over with? Maybe I'll finally. I think it's kind of implied, maybe she gets to die when the Death Stranding happens, and that's kind of what she wants. But she says, kind of what I was saying before, before each of the extinctions previously, life kind of evolved and survived. So maybe there's a chance that life can evolve and surpass the last Stranding as well. The extinction isn't just an ending. And if she has to pay the sacrifice and, cut herself off from everything to achieve that, then, that's what has to happen. So they hug. It's kind of a nice resolution to that. And Sam gets thrown back in the water and goes back. But he doesn't end up in the real world. He ends up on his beach, his own personal afterlife. And his gray coloration kind of suggests he's dead, and not repatriated or whatever. He throws his baby doll in the water. Kind of a vague reason why. Bridget starts lord-upping at him again. He says, as long as I can remember, I've dreamt at the beach. She's had all these dreams. And she says, I was split across two worlds. So this kind of answers your question, Michael, I think. So it's basically explained that when she had that operation at the age of 20 for her uterine cancer, her soul and body split apart. I think she had complications in the surgery or something. So her body remained here in the real world as Bridget Strand. Her soul was trapped on the beach as Amelie. So yeah, that's why Amelie looks so young. She's on the beach. She can't age. Bridget kept aging. So this is where Amelie's name comes from. Am is French for soul, and then plus lie. His soul is a lie.
Okay.
That's the official explanation. Other fan theories is America is a lie. Amelie kind of sounds similar to anomaly. So maybe she's a anomaly in the universe. Stuff like that. She just says this randomly in the middle, with no context. So she says the reason why she started researching BBs was to try to prevent the Death Stranding. She was really desperate. She didn't know what was happening. She was just trying everything related to death and chiral stuff to try to figure out what was going on and what she could do. And she says her theory is why Death Strandings happen in the first place. It's a little dumb. She says when the Big Bang happened, it should have been perfectly equal, where antimatter and matter canceled each other out. But a tiny bit of matter survived the Big Bang and gave birth to our universe. And the universe does not like to be unbalanced, so it is spawning this antimatter stuff through Death Strandings to annihilate all the matter and become balanced. Very bullshit vague reason for it. I don't know if that's actually meant to be the real reason or if that's just Bridget's interpretation of it. But yeah, so it's the idea of entropy, I guess. The universe is just trying to find balance, and all these extinctions are in that service of that. Yeah.
So the dinosaurs weren't killed by BTs or by a meteor, but by an antimatter explosion.
BTs are made of antimatter.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's vaguely mentioned a few times. It's the world of the living is matter and the world of the dead is antimatter. So yeah, there's has to be a balance there. It's just trying to even itself out. So we get this vision. This isn't the same vision we were just talking to. It's a vision. So she says, I wanted to set you free from death once and for all. So this is a flashback to when Sam was an infant. Some scene she wants to show us. We don't have full context for this yet. And she says, but, trying to save you, Sam, as a baby, upset the fundamental balance between life and death. And so it's kind of implied that like this, whatever she's doing here, we don't know exactly what she's doing with Baby Sam, but that is actually what triggered the Death Stranding. And like all the BTs to come out. So she says, it's my duty to watch things from this beach, but she says to trigger the last stranding, I needed you, a part of me, here too. Doesn't elaborate on that. I guess we just have to take her word for it. She says, you can cut me off. You're the only one who can like fix this, and the only one who can cut me off. So there's this scene where Sam kind of falls over. He's trying to figure out how to get away from like this situation, like how to get off this beach. Get out, and he still has the gun that he tried to shoot Amelie with earlier. And earlier she'd said, a gun won't help you here, but it still has a role to play. Don't forget about this gun. You can use it later. So to use it, he does. He tries to shoot himself. You see this shot. It fades to black. Logo again. Press square to reconnect with the living. And he kind of like puts the gun down and continues running along the beach. So I don't know what the point of this was, but I guess it was cool. He keeps running. He meets Bridget again on the beach. Here's another shot of the 5 figures. So some theories of people that people think these 5 figures are potential representations of like the 5 previous extinctions entities. Potentially like representations like the bond Sam has with like his group of friends and stuff. I think there's 5 of them. It's very hard to see, but the very middle one is like holding a baby, and the other 4 aren't. So there's like some meaning behind that potentially. I think some people also tried to tie it into like because like these seem like important figures. It might be like people in Kojima's life that were important to him, like representations of that. I don't know how much stock I put into that. But yeah, he sees these figures again. He gets pulled back under the water. Yes. So
do you think Troy Baker's character, in that same analogy, is like a representation of the president of Konami?
Very possible. If he's following the god of gacha game money.
Was the extinction entity during like the dinosaur times? Was it like a big like
T-Rex?
T-Rex or like Brontosaurus or something?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. Because we saw that representation of the long necked dinosaur that had the umbilical cord. Hartman kind of mentions one time that he doesn't think it's enough just for like one organism to have the umbilical cord. Usually, Bridget was like so strong that she was kind of an exception. But usually, it's like multiple organisms have it, and like kind of just gradually like ramps up. Like things like that. So probably multiple dinosaurs had umbilical cords. So yeah, he goes into the ocean, and it cuts to a little bit of a time skip, I think, but this is in the real world. After things have kind of like wound down a little bit. Sam has cut Bridget off. He's cut her beach off. The Death Stranding has been averted. Life can kind of start anew again. BTs are no longer an issue, things like that. So this is kind of, I guess you could call it an epilogue, although we have a little bit more to go. So Die Hardman is here. He is now the new president of America, the United Cities of America, taking over Amelie's place. We get this cool shot of the squad, kind of what they look like. Hartman, of course, is dead. And Sam is kind of like in the corner by himself. And Die Hardman has this like cool speech to say. He takes off his mask and he's like, as long as we make the most of each moment of our life, it doesn't matter if the extinction comes, eventually or not. Our life still would have had meaning, and like our community is still important, and like everything wasn't in vain, basically. And if we work together, we can endure anything. Yes.
Was he elected, or did he declare himself president?
I don't know. They don't mention it. Yeah, I'm not sure. Presumably he was elected. I imagine he's kind of a popular guy with people. So, in the speech, Die Hardman tries to like shout out Sam, and he's like, "There's a true hero who walks among us, who really, was the main guy who saved us from the Death Stranding." And Sam's like, "Fuck that! I really don't want to hear this. Don't give me any special accolades." He just leaves. The dead man hurries after him and grabs his arm, and Sam does not flinch away when he grabs him. He's like, "This doesn't bother you anymore." So Sam's phobia of being touched has finally been cured by the end of this game. Deadman. Wait, hold on. I think I might have skipped a small thing actually. So when he was when Sam was in this beach, he was still like trapped there, and he couldn't find a way out. But as you like run around here, you start hearing the voices of your friends, like Mama and Deadman and Fragile and stuff, and they're like, "Oh, we found him! Grab him, hold on to him, we can pull him out." And that's why he gets pulled down into the ocean. Is like his friends were able to find him and bring him out. And Deadman in this scene is explaining how that was possible. This gun was so incredibly important to so many characters because it has like Sam's blood in it. Bridget has some history with it. Clifford has some history with it. Die Hardman was wielding it before. So like all these people had history with this gun in particular, so they could all use it to like pinpoint Sam's location in the beach and find him and pull him out. And he says, "This gun isn't a weapon but a lifeline. A stick that became a rope." So Sam gets to leave again. Die Hardman interrupts him, stops him. And this honestly is another one. It's like probably one of the better scenes in the game. Like the mocap and like expressions and stuff is like really good. I don't know if the screenshots will really capture it. John, Die Hardman says, "I killed Captain Clifford Unger." And he says, "I did it for her because I loved her with all my heart." Her, in this case, being Bridget Strand. So he killed the captain, the combat veteran, for Bridget. And he's very regretful about this because, again, he's Die Hardman because Clifford saved his life and got him out of all those situations. And so it's like really tearing up inside that he killed Cliff. Oh, yeah, so this is where we get the explanation for his name. He says, "You know why they call me Die Hardman? Because he wouldn't let me die. He brought my sorry ass back home every time." And he says, when Clifford stared him down on that beach, when that ghost stared him down, he knew Clifford was here to kill him, to make it right, and why shouldn't he? And he's wondering, why didn't Clifford kill him? He deserves to die for what he did. He's feeling a lot of guilt. But, there's no atoning for what I've done. And should be noted this entire time, Sam has not said a word. Like Die Hardman is like a sobbing mess on the floor, and Sam was just like, cool. Die Hardman gets back up, composes himself a little bit, and he's like, maybe Cliff brought me back from the beach for a reason. Maybe he understood that I was doing what I did for America, and like my purpose is going to be to make him proud. Yes.
Is that badge on Die Hardman's suit the same as the knot necklace that Sam gave to Amelie?
Yes. Well, yeah. And actually, you might see it in other things, but every member of your crew that you've been like being helped by this whole game has that on their shirt now.
Oh.
It's I think they actually explained they made these using like material from Bridget Strand's umbilical cord for some reason. And it's like a symbol of like how of your friendship and like your bonds. It's like all the friends wear this wear this badge now to show that they're good friends. So yeah, he's Die Hardman thinks he's found a new purpose. Sam finally talks. He's like, don't self-pity yourself too much. The past is the past. We don't need, some president who thinks he's like above death and all that stuff. Have this gun, and do what you need to do. Cliff, will be fine with what you do. And Ivan thanks him, and they wrap that up. It seems all hunky-dory, like we're gonna have a pretty happy ending with everything wrapped up. But Deadman comes and says the decommissioning order for BB finally came through. You've been using this BB so much throughout the game, it's finally worn out. In fact, it's already died, and you need to take it to the incinerator to decommission it. Which, of course, Sam is not happy with. But he says, I'll do it. It needs to be me that sends him off, not anyone else. So I'll take BB. I'll take Lou to the incinerator. Of course, one last ambush of character resolution. Fragile interrupts him, and she's like, I decided to follow my father's dream. After all, I've gotten over Higgs for the most part. I'm going to rebuild Fragile Express into what it was. Do you want to come work for me? And Sam, having just received this news, is like extremely punished right now. He's like, I have no connections to anything anymore. Everything I touch, I lose. I don't want to be with anybody. I wish I was dead. And we thought he was doing so well up until now, but he's not happy about Lou, so he just kind of leaves her. And this starts episode 14, Lou, which I think is the final episode. So you go to this incinerator. I believe it's the same one you took Bridget to at the beginning of the game. Right before you go in, Sam kind of says, fuck it, what happens if I connect to BB? I want to do this one more time, so he does. And this starts an extended version of those flashbacks we've been seeing every time we connect to BB. So we've got little bits and pieces. This is going to be like the full extended scene. And this is probably like the most important like scene in the game to like wrap everything up. So Clifford is here with the BB. He's kind of playing with it. He gives this BB a like little astronaut keychain, which has been on your BB this whole time in the game. Your BB also has this keychain. Clifford says, he's talking to Bridget, and he says, this isn't what we agreed on. So basically what's happening is that Bridget is saying, I know we promised you that you'd get your BB back one day, but actually change of plans. I need the BB for something else, so we're not giving it back to you. John / Die Hardman comes in. He says, because you've helped me out so much, Cliff, I'm going to help you out here and help you smuggle your BB out before Bridget takes it. Take BB and get out of this place. And the reason they're on a time crunch is because BB is actually being moved to a new facility tomorrow. And once he's moved, Cliff will never see his son again. This is a little bit later. It's a little bit of a time skip after they've kind of made their plan. This is them executing the plan. So John says, I've hacked the security system. You have 5 minutes tops. Cliff removes the pod over his wife Lisa. She's like a still mother. He kind of kisses her goodbye and shoots her in the face. And he needs to do this because I believe there's like a connection between her and BB, and he isn't going to be able to take BB unless he kills her, like for real. So he does this. He takes BB. It kind of cuts back very briefly to Sam in the modern day. Kind of flashes back to something Deadman told him, that you could take Lou out of the pod just to see what happens. Normally, if you ever take a BB out of a pod, they just like immediately die. But there's a chance they won't. So Sam's kind of like thinking it over in his head. He's like, do I want to risk taking it out? What do I do? Flashes back again to the Clifford scene. He's taking the BB, smuggling it out. Pretty much immediately gets caught, so I don't think their plan was that well thought out. He gets caught by these security guards. John tries to step in and save him to stop their fire. It goes about as well as you would expect. Just immediately gets grabbed by Cliff. And Cliff retreats back into that hallway, which is where he came from. And it's kind of like a dead-end, like, operating room kind of thing. So he's trapped in there. He can't get it. He can't really... It's over for him, basically. But he shoots the security system and, like, barricades himself in anyways. Just to try to buy himself some more time. He kind of staggers over. I think at this point he's, like, been shot in the shoulder. So he's a little wounded. He stumbles over to the pod, says he screwed everything up. And eventually the guards bust in and just like unload all of their clips into his body. It's like 10 plus rounds they shoot into him. Somehow though he's still alive. I don't know how that works, but he's still alive at this point. Bridget picks up the BB pod and notices in horror that it's empty. And Cliff has actually taken his son out of the BB pod and is holding it in his arms. And John says, I need you to hand it over. I don't want to do this, but my mission to Bridget to like serve the BB project comes before my loyalty to you. And it should be mentioned, Sam is here.
What?
He's not like actually here. Like John and stuff can't see him. None of the security guys can see him, but he's like a party there, watching things, and kind of like he reacts to things. Like he gets startled when the door opens and stuff. And that's why Sam like kind of moves forward to like try to stop it, even though again like John can't see him or anything. This is Bridget like commanding John to shoot. He's like, "Hurry up! What are you doing? Shoot him!" And then everything stops. I give you an order. Everything stops, and Cliff is actually able to see and talk to Sam now. And more importantly, Cliff says, "My son, my bridge to the future." Talking to Sam. So Sam is revealed here to be Clifford Unger's real biological son. Which also means Sam is that baby in his arms right there. So, yes.
How?
That will be answered. In a very roundabout way, yes.
So he had a baby version of himself the whole game.
We will see.
Okay.
But yeah, so Cliff is able to talk to him. Says, "My son, come on, stand up. I want to talk to you one last time. Come meet me face to face." They have another hug. Cliff just really seems like at peace that he's able to like meet his grown-up son like this. But the moment is short-lived, however, because there is a gunshot that goes off, and of course, it is Dixon. Dixon is here. He shot him. Just kidding, of course. It was Bridget Strand basically reaching over and pulling the trigger of the gun that John was holding. So it wasn't actually John that killed Cliff, although he feels like he did. It was Bridget. She was the one behind it all. But the way Cliff was like holding BB, I think he actually gave it to Sam, but like the trajectory of like the way they were holding it is that the bullet passed all the way through Cliff and went through baby Sam's stomach and killed him too. Yes.
Did the other people in the room see Cliff like stand up and start talking to the air and hugging an invisible person?
See, that's kind of a vague thing. I think probably what happened is that him like hugging adult Sam and all that didn't actually happen, and that some other way the baby also got shot. But that was more of like a metaphorical thing happening, I guess. Although with all the crazy beach stuff that happens, maybe he actually did. I don't know. But Bridget sees what she's done, and she like falls over the BB, and she's like, no, what have I done? I've made a huge mistake. And so it cuts to the beach version of this scene, because remember, Bridget is in the real world at the same time Amelie is in the beach and controlling the beach and stuff. So she actually meets the ghost of baby Sam on the beach. She says, yeah, there you are. She takes him and places him. She basically feels really guilty. I think Bridget and Amelie already felt a lot of guilt over using the BBs because they're basically sacrifices. Instead of having normal baby lives, they're used as chiral mechanisms and tools basically. So they've recognized that it's kind of fucked up what they're doing to these babies. And I think shooting Sam kind of put her over the edge, so she feels really bad about it. So she actually decides to repatriate him for the first time here. So she takes the baby and kind of slides him into the ocean. And he respawns back in the real world as a baby. And this we see here. Bridget says, welcome home. I'm going to raise him as my own son. Now that he's back in the pod or whatever. But then she's gonna take him out of the pod and raise him as a little baby. So we come back to the present day. We see that Sam has decided to not put Lou in the incinerator. He instead puts his bridge cufflinks in there. But Lou isn't doing too hot. He says, "Come on, Lou, wake up." He kind of just rubs the shit out of Lou's body haphazardly. I don't really know what he plans to accomplish there. He tries doing some CPR. Seems like all hope is lost. Lou's pretty much dead. But he hears a cry, and Lou miraculously lives. And he's actually holding the badge. So I guess power of friendship saved the day again. Lou probably grabbed it off his shirt. Lou wakes up. Lou's actually fine. Has this moment where he hugs Lou. You can see these ghost baby things, these white BTs. No idea what these actually are supposed to be. Some theories are that they're other bridge babies who died, kind of congratulating Lou on living again. Just kind of cute to visit. But we don't really know what those babies are. It starts raining outside, and Sam walks out. It's no longer timefall, so he can just walk out into the rain and be totally fine. He looks out with Lou. There's a rainbow, a normal rainbow this time, and it has the color blue back in it. But yeah, there's this nice shot of them together, and that is that's actually the end. But there's a little credit scene where he says, Lou, Luis. So, revealing that the BB he's had this whole time was a female baby, and not a male baby. So he hasn't been carrying around himself this whole time. It's been just another random bitch baby that has completely no relation to it whatsoever. Michael.
Is this a reveal to us, or did he somehow not notice?
I think he probably knew the whole time, but he just didn't know. Yes.
That's the picture, right? That's his wife, then? That's in the other person?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah. Trying to think. But yeah, so, I had a thought. I don't remember it anymore, but yeah, so, the bridge baby was just, I remember. So all the times that he plugged into the BB pod and we got those flashbacks, all the characters and the player and stuff kind of assumed that was memories of BB that Sam was seeing. It was actually Sam's memories that the BB was just kind of unlocking. so all those flashbacks had nothing to do with Lou at all. Lou was just kind of the facilitator of Sam being able to remember those things. But that is the end, for real. that is the end of Death Stranding. I have a couple more short slides after this, but does anyone have any quick questions? Richard?
Is it possible at all for the baby to be his wife's and his baby that just sort of, I guess, I don't know what happened to his wife. Did she they said she died randomly, right? So
yeah, she died and then she caused like a big BT explosion. So I think it's probably unlikely that it's his kid, but
Brit shenanigans could probably make it happen, though, right?
yeah, maybe. Michael.
When the big explosion that one streamer used to get around the tar thing, is that because his own body explodes when he dies before he comes back? Or is that something else?
Yeah, so like when Sam gets caught by a BT, like his matter of his body meets with the antimatter of the BTs and it causes a huge explosion. He dies in that, but his soul is able to like repatriate back and come back into a body. Yes.
So it seems like at the end of this, pretty much everything's normal and all the bad stuff's over. So how are they going to make a second game out of this? Seems pretty... I know there's tons of Kojima loose ends, but for the most part, the world seems pretty wrapped up.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I have a little bit about the sequel of what we know of so far. We see it doesn't stay that way for very long.
Oh, okay.
So is with the Amelie's now cut off beach, all the bad stuff is happening there. Is there any chance of that bleeding over, or is that like totally dealt with?
I think the implication is that eventually she won't be able to contain it. And it might, like, slowly start happening.
Like in a million years or something?
I guess, yeah. Like, at an indeterminate point in the future, she's not going to be able to handle it, like, on her own all the time. But for now, at least, it's settled. And it is possible, like, other extinction entities will come up, too, that aren't her. Alright. So, Death Stranding 2. Announced at the Game Awards 2022. Set in the same universe, probably, as the Death Stranding 1. We assume so, but who knows for sure. Release date TBD, but likely 2024 or early 2025. So we only have the one trailer. So I watched through it and took some screenshots of it just to see, what we could possibly maybe figure out. But there's not a whole lot there. So kind of starts out, we see these like red-colored porters, kind of going to this like, it almost is like a pilgrimage kind of thing. I don't really know where they're headed to. We meet Fragile in the future. She's taking care of a baby, presumably, probably Lou, but we don't know for sure. It could be her baby. Maybe she had one.
She's also not old anymore.
Yeah, she's like her body's like completely fixed. We don't really know why that's the case, but she seems like perfectly healthy and fine, having a pretty happy life with this baby. But some like alarms start going off. She starts getting chased by these people. You can see like some flashlight beams in the background. So she starts like running away with this baby, trying to get away. She gets shot. She like takes a motorcycle and tries to get away, but she gets shot. And I don't have a screenshot of it here, but it's actually kind of implied she's a repatriate now too, because we see like that shot of like the throat baby, and it has like that same like black tear on it that she has right there. So maybe she's a repatriate now, maybe not. There's this weird thing where the Lou-ish baby is now in a BB pod again, even though it was like outside of it before. There's this new logo of this new like organization that might be important, Drawbridge. Both stick and rope to protect and connect together for tomorrow. They've learned to use both the stick and rope. They've evolved past one or the other. Sam Porter Bridges is here, but now he's got like old man hair. So maybe he's a little bit older. He also, maybe he has the like handprints and stuff all over his body, but maybe not. It's hard to tell. He and Fragile kind of look out over this lake, and this huge like transport mech comes in. There's a lot of like mechanical stuff in here, so I kind of expect a lot more like mechs and stuff to show up in 2. They weren't really that many in 1, but it seems like he's kind of really digging into that for 2. And then the strangest thing, there's these like weird robot things that have like masculine bodies, but Amelie like mask faces. And they also have like guitar weapons that they like strum and like rock. So who the hell knows what this is? I'm sure like any theory we could possibly have for this is probably like dead wrong. Although we see, maybe some like BB fluid is in the stomach, so maybe they're related to the BBs in some way. I think she also has like the necklace that Amelie has.
Yeah.
So maybe there's a connection there. She says this, should we have connected? Kind of implying maybe we made the wrong choice in Dark Souls 1. Death Stranding 1. And then the final shot is this weird like tentacle creature inside of a BB pod. And then the trailer ends. This is like a name of actors that are confirmed for Death Stranding 2. So you have, Norman Reedus, Sam, Leia Seydoux, Fragile, Ellie Fanning, pretty famous actress, like American actress, and Shioli Kutsuda is a fairly famous like Japanese actress as well. I think she's been in a couple American movies, but mostly a Japanese actress. The interesting one is Troy Baker coming back, because we didn't see it on screen, but Troy Baker, like Higgs, was pretty heavily implied to have shot himself and be like for real dead, not repatriated. So maybe he comes back, maybe he plays a different character. We don't know. And then very quickly, where to buy Death Stranding. There's 2 editions, standard and director's cut. Pretty much always recommend director's cut because it has like quality of life and stuff. Even though it does get rid of Monster Energy, sadly. It's on like a bunch of platforms: PS4, PS5, Windows. Mac is coming, but not here yet. You can get it at like all the major stores. And standard edition is $30, while director's cut is $50. But it usually goes on sale pretty often, I think. So yes, sweet.
Are any of the screenshots and lore that you showed exclusive to director's cut and not included in the standard edition?
No.
Okay.
This stream was all standard edition. I don't think the director's cut really adds any like major story beats. I think all the stuff it adds is like side stuff. That's not really important.
Okay.
I know last year it went on Epic Games as one of the free games, so be on the lookout for that, I guess, as well, if it ever comes back.
Okay, yeah, it goes on sale. It's pretty accessible game, I think. Although, beware if, like on Game Pass and stuff, and maybe like the PSN, it's the standard edition only. So look out for that if you're wanting the director's cut. Sometimes that's a little awkward. But with that, thanks for watching. And if you want to watch if you don't want to play the game but you want to like watch it, I use this guy on YouTube. He's pretty good. He doesn't like talk over the game or anything. It like goes at a pretty good pace, pretty high quality. So that's why I recommend it if you just want to like watch it. But yeah, thanks for watching.